Good morning, afternoon, evening. That's the kind of woman I like. I was munching on a granola bar, sorry for the long, late opening stream stuff with the songs. Starting screen, that's what I meant to say. Hi. Good morning. Good morning. Or good afternoon or good evening. It is 10:30 here, so it is still morning for me. I'm only half an hour late. Afternoon here, but the best time of day is the time you're here. That's so nice. That's so nice. Thank you, Jaxel, for the 4 months together. Thank you. Oh, well, that's some strong coffee. Holy heck. That's some Folgers in my cup, if you know what I mean. I had a very sweet, like, granola bar, and then I went to take a sip of coffee, and it was, like, extra bitter. 18:26 here. So to tell 24-hour clock time, you do the number minus 12, right? So it is 18 minus 12. Wait, 4? No, 6? Oh my god! Is 6 p.m. there, Flo? I did it. It took me a while, but we got there. It's 6. Took today off work to paint models, and now we got streams today. It's great. Oh, I'm glad. It sounds like a great day, Dittersdorf. It's a multiple of 6 to me. I am really tired today and brain dead. Like extra tired and brain dead. I never learned to read 24-hour time. Wait, I just had a thought. Do kids these days? Wow, I sound so old. Do you think kids these days learn how to tell actual time on a watch, like a clock face, or is it all digital? Do you think they learn that these days? Back in my day, my daddy told me I had to learn how to tell time on a regular clock. Do those young whippersnappers know what clocks are like? Oh man, starting the day off great. They do? Oh well, that makes me happy. You mean analog? I assume they have to if they look at school clocks. I thought school clocks are all digital now. Oh, I just cracked my knuckles super loud. Oh, I missed a sub from Danger Dave. Thank you, Dave. Don't American Windows clocks show the normal 24-hour times? Honestly, guys, I don't leave my house. I don't know if establishments have clocks in them anymore. I don't remember the last time I saw a clock. I think my parents have a clock on the wall, but it doesn't work. It has no batteries in it. I know casinos don't have clocks because when I went to Vegas, it was impossible to find out what the time was because they want to keep you there in like this like fifth dimension of gambling and drinking. Everyone uses their phones. Yeah, everyone just uses their phones. Windows OS. Oh, yeah. I misread what you were saying. I thought you meant like a window in a wall. The Slanesh dimension, literally. Yeah, literally. I don't like gambling though. I really disliked Vegas. At least the strip. It was not my place. It smelled like cigarette smoke and alcohol, and people were always trying to touch me, and they were loud, and I didn't like it. Maybe I'm sure Vegas off of the tourist strip is probably nice, but I don't like the main part. People literally, if you haven't been to Vegas, there's like off the strip is worse. Really? Oh. Bye, Intent. Have a good day at work. I know you're struggling. But like, if you haven't been to Vegas, they literally have street performers. I guess you would call them performers, street people who dress up and try and get you to take a picture with them. And then if you take a picture with them, they make you pay for it. Or they like they literally hand out those cards with like naked ladies on them to get you to go to their club. And I got smacked by, oh yeah, I forgot about that. I got smacked by a whip last time I was there. There was a lady in a sexy police officer outfit and she had a whip and she literally smacked me on the butt with her whip as I walked by her without asking consent or anything. It was crazy. Lucky! It was gross. I want to go to Vegas for shows like Cirque du Soleil. I've never seen a show in Vegas. I've been to Vegas 3 times. For free? I mean, she probably wanted me to pay for it, but I ran away. They like do things to you without your consent and then tell you to pay for them. I was once in Vegas when I was like 10 years old for a vacation. I did go to see the Grand Canyon. That was cool. It was very not cool. The street stuff. Cowgirl Stim with a whip. Well, that's a different kind of whip. Let me tell you. Yeah, they demand you pay. There's also like, have you ever had people, this has never happened to me because I don't live in a city, but I've heard that there's people when you're like in traffic that will like just run up and like wash your car or like do things to your car and then like they won't move out of the way until you pay them for it, even if you didn't want them to do that in the first place, to like extort you. Is it extortion? I've never seen that because I don't live in a city, but that would scare me so much. Really? That happens a lot in big cities. The only time I went to Vegas, I got offered Coke within 2 minutes of stepping on the strip. The first time I went to Vegas, I went for my friend's 21st birthday. I can't remember how old she was. Maybe 20th? No, 21st, because we could definitely drink. Or something like that. And we rented like a limo, I think. It was very fancy. And the limo driver dead ass, as soon as we got in, he's like, all right, do you want drugs or do you want alcohol first? I can hook you up. And it was like a group of 8 girls. And we were like, how about we go to the hotel, actually? How about we just... Actually, I think he did take us to a liquor store and we got like booze, but it was wild. I'm sure the limo driver has all the connections. He probably has people ask him all the time, though. America is crazy. I'm scared of America. I have this fear that everyone's just like, what's it called? What's it called when you can like you can have a weapon, concealed carry? I know that's not every state, I don't think, but I'm still scared of it. I feel like someone's gonna get road rage at me and shoot me. Because I'm a bad driver. Open carry is a thing? Wait, is open carry wait, what? You can openly carry a gun on you in some states? Really? That's not against the law? I thought everything had to be concealed. Which is concealed is actually scarier because you never know who's packing. Open carry is a thing in Alabama, and Texas. People walk around with rifles. Huh? You can, but you're dumb if you do. Why advertise you're carrying? They probably want to look tough, I assume. I don't know why else you would just carry a gun around with you. All states allow concealed carry. We don't have that in Canada. Open carry. Wait, do we have concealed carry in Canada? I don't think we do. I don't think you're allowed to walk around with a weapon, are you? I don't think so. Unless you're hunting. Okay, yeah, we don't. You need to have a lot of permits to have guns here, and you have to have only certain guns, because they like they had like a bill that passed that like took away a bunch of people's guns, unless they were like, was it handguns maybe? I don't remember. I'm not into the gun stuff, so I don't really know. But Canada, it's way more difficult to get a gun, I think. And you have to like lock your gun up in a safe away from your ammo, which is in a different safe. And you have to have like your PAL, and you have to have your concealed carry PAL? I don't know. What is it called? They're different. There's different levels you have to have. You have to have your gun safety, your hunter safety. The only gun Stim conceals are her biceps? Yeah, I'm packing. It wasn't uncommon back in the day to have your rifle in the back window of your truck. That's still common here. It's illegal, I'm sure, but it's still common here. This is really random, but my dad told me I should buy gold. But my parents are also like huge conspiracy theorists. And they're always telling me I should do stuff like that in case the world ends. Apparently gold is a good investment right now. Apparently it is. You can just go to the bank and be like, yes, please, I would like 1 gold bar, and they will exchange you for a gold bar? Sounds like you've thought about purchasing a pew pew. I have a gun, actually. But I never use it. It's like it's a 22 little rifle. It's a little pink camouflage rifle. But I also have all my certificates and everything for it. Pew pew. It's literally just for shooting targets. Don't buy gold, buy the new Glitch Stars B-Day merch now. Oh, oh, I forgot to put up Mamie's merch. Wait, let me add that. You guys didn't know Mamie, my beautiful Mamie, who I'm the manager of, released her new model yesterday. And she has really beautiful merch to go with it. I will show you. Folks, buy the merch here. Can you pin that, Prince? Thank you. I just gotta find the picture I made. Whoa! Buy the merch here. She's the cutest witch ever. I love her. She has a playmat and matching card sleeves and the cutest acrylic stand ever. And you can buy a whole bundle for a discount. That was a better plug than the limo driver. That was a good plug. That was a good plug, Next. Can we get Stimpak merch of her drinking the Stimpak from Yu-Gi-Oh? Oh, yeah, there's like a little Stimpak card. It's like a little goblin guy. He's drinking a potion, I think, in the card. The playmat is so good. I commissioned the art for her. And the artist did such a good job. Wait, let me make it bigger so you can see the details before I... Look at it! Look at the details! It's so pretty! She's so cute, I love her. Our gothic Lolita fortune-telling witch. It's only... This is limited time merch, so... It won't be in the shop forever like the stuff that's there. So if you want it, get it. I love her new outfit, so do I. She has worked very hard. For the last 2 weeks, she has been nonstop grinding with all her birthday celebration stuff. And her new model. It's a lot to set up. It's a lot to set up in the background. So go praise her. She's amazing. I'm working on so many projects. You know why I've been so busy? I've been working on the birthday stuff for Mamie. Working on the off-kai stuff. Working on other projects I cannot speak of. It's been a very busy time. Here we go. Why did we start talking about guns? Did you know you can show a... Wait, I should check this. I was gonna say, did you know you can show a gun on stream as long as you don't point it at anything? But then apparently some people got banned for that. So maybe don't take my... don't take my word for truth. We've been spoiled with new outfits lately. Sunny, Riri, and Mamie. Yes. Yes, Arisa and Maple both have birthday merch in the store still. People do IRL streams in a gun range? Really? I guess. I've never seen that before. I guess that is a thing, though. Pink gun reveal when? I'm not gonna reveal that. Arisa and Maple have had birthday merch since March, I think, or April. It's been out for a while now. Their merch is beautiful, too. I can't wait for you guys to see my new outfit. It's being worked on right now. It's not the cowgirl outfit. That'll be the next one. I already had an outfit being worked on before the anniversary, so I'm sorry. Cowgirl will be next, but this one has been in progress for a bit. It takes a long time. I would say it takes a good, like, 6 months to get an outfit done, depending. So they're a lot of work. It's not related to Warhammer. That's the hint I'll give you. It's not related to Warhammer. I was looking into Warhammer related kind of stuff, but I think GW is very strict on it, on like who can use their stuff, because technically it would be a commercial thing and you could profit off of it. So I don't think they allow you to use their like IP, or I guess technically, even though it's not like, you could say Warhammer inspired, but even then I'd be worried that they would be mad. You can make it legally distinct. I know some people have done that with other games. Like, this is my Monster Hunter outfit. That's not actually from Monster Hunter. It just looks like I'm from Monster Hunter. Or this is my space outfit. That doesn't have to do with Space Marines, but it kind of looks like Space Marines, but it's not. Isn't there a Custodes VTuber, though? I don't know. Is there? I feel like that's towing the line. Aurelia Tempest. Let me look them up. Do they advertise it as a Custodes outfit? Because if they don't advertise it as such, it's probably fine. But they might have also gotten permission from GW. I don't know. I just don't really want to get tangled up in that, and like, I'd rather just not. I'm kind of a baby. I don't want to get in trouble. Oh, they do lots of Warhammer stuff. I'll have to check them out. They do video reactions, video games, miniature painting, book reviews, and theme chatting streams, it says. That's cool. I'll have to check them out. As long as you don't say any of GW's brand words, you should be okay. But you know I'm going to, because I just talk without thinking. It is different being a corpo, because, yeah, I represent Glitch Stars. So if I got in trouble, it would make the whole company get in trouble. Oops. Aurelia's fun. She also had Bricky on a stream talking Warhammer. That's cool. I would like to work with Bricky eventually. I just don't want to bug him because he's extremely busy. I think he's like traveling for a while too. He had a break video or hiatus while he travels. I know all the work that must go into those updated Warhammer videos is probably a lot considering it's a huge script. And all the other stuff that would go into writing the script and everything. He's in the UK right now, but playing Helldivers. Nondescript Egyptian-themed skeleton robots. I just really like skeleton robots that have Egyptian influences. Anyways, let's react to this Necron video. That's funny. You can get away with a lot if you toe the line, but I'm just a little chicken. I don't like drama. I don't like controversy. Sorry, I'm a safe streamer. He's been on a tour of every major Warhammer content creator stream, and it's been incredible. Maybe one day, Bricky will notice me. I'm still little. I'm still tiny. I'm just a little baby streamer, and a little baby Warhammer fan. I did start reading the Infinite Divine though. Then we'll have to feed you big. Eat, Papa, eat. I always remember that from like the old school Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer with the little dolls. I don't know what it's called. Maybe it's not dolls. A Stim 40k inspired outfit with a little dragon as a servitor would be cute. That would be cute. Yeah, Infinite and the Divine. I bought it on Amazon like a couple weeks ago and I just started reading it. They were puppets. Okay. Were they puppets? I thought they were like little clay animations. I don't remember. The Island of Misfit Toys. Yeah, that one. That's what I'm talking about, I think. With the little elf who wanted to be a dentist. Eat, Santa, eat. No one likes a skinny Santa. Yeah. I want Void Dragon Shard Stim. Oh my god, that would be so cool. I should do a dragon themed outfit where I'm more dragon-like. Like extra monster girl. Void Dragon. How would that even look? How would that even look? Oh, it could be like a skin suit. With those like big wing things. Necron looking wings. Lots of green. Glowy green. Do you guys like monster girls? Sometimes I feel like I should have gone more safe and just been a normal girl, but I think it's fun. Sometimes I'm like, I should take my tail off and just be a normal girl. And my wings off. But I do love dragons. There's art of the Emperor fighting the Void Dragon on Mars, but I can't remember. Oh yeah, so in my YouTube comments, everyone's saying the Emperor 1v1 a shard of a Catan or a Catan on Mars. So he would be able to take down the Necrons. Did that happen? I guess we'll probably learn about it today in Luetin's video, but I don't remember that. Monster girls are literal peak design. Yay! I think me and Arisa are the only monster girls in Glitch Stars. Right? Oh no, and Nova. Nova is a fellow dragon. Oh, it was just a shard. But like, I feel like he fought it on Earth and took it to Mars. People think he's the inspiration for St. George. Who's St. George? Who's St. George? An early Christian martyr who was venerated as a saint in Christianity. There's so many saints that I've never heard of. Guy famous for fighting a dragon. Wait, there's dragons in the Bible? Oh, yeah, there's pictures of him fighting a little dragon thing. There's many dragons in the Bible? Oh, dragon is I see, is a metaphor for Satan. Satan and the Beast. I'm not supposed to talk about religion. But I think it's okay to talk about the lore. The lore of religion. I think my mind has rotted. I think of everything as in lore. I was literally updating my friend on my life the other day. And I was like, hey, let me update you on the lore. And she was like, huh? She's such a normie. She's so cute. I was like, recent events. She's like, okay, I got you. I see we're starting heresy early this morning. Hi, Odious. Uncle Tim lore, yeah. All my friends are busy farming right now, so I'm very lonely. In university, I learned that the story of Adam and Eve with the snake could have been a warning of a writer to his king, that his wife is in a snake cult. In a snake cult? I would join a snake cult. I like snakes. Actual farming or video game farming? Actual farming. I live in a farming town. And no shot, I think all of my best friends are married to farmers. So they're all helping farm right now. It's seeding time, so everyone's really busy. I'm always like, hey, do you want to have coffee? Sorry, I can't in the field. Okay. Hey, do you want to go golfing? Sorry, I can't. I'm in the field. Hey, do you want to meet? Sorry, I can't. I'm in the field. I'm like, okay, let me know when you're not in the field anymore, I guess. I live across the street from a cornfield. Yay, Iowa. Iowa is the place of potatoes, right? No, that's Idaho. Or is it both? They're grinding harder than you. Okay, listen. Listen. If you're a farmer, sure, you work hard during certain times of the year, but you also got certain times of the year completely off. They work like around the clock when it's seeding and harvest. I'll give them that. The winter, what are they doing? They're on vacation in Mexico or wherever because they only work during the busy seasons. I mean, they do haul grain sometimes, but Idaho's for potatoes, Iowa is for corn and pigs. Oh, I see. Iowa, I think of like semi-trucks and highways. Grain hauling stream win? That would be so boring. You just get in an old beat up grain truck. You fill it up with grain. And then you just drive for like an hour over super bumpy dirt roads, and then you dump it, and then you go back and get another load. That's all grain hauling is. And you get like shaken baby syndrome because you're like being jerked around the whole time from the truck. It's like, and then you're like have no air conditioning and no radio because it's an old beaten up truck. And then do it again for 3 weeks straight. That's right. It is an honest day's work. It's true. Hangout stream from one of the self-driving tractors would be neat. Oh my god, my friend, shaken baby syndrome. I guess you're not a baby, so it's not the same. But I was trying to say, like, you're just like, what's the word? I'm not gonna say vibrated. You're just like jiggled up and down for like 2 hours because there's no shocks in your truck. And there's no, like, there's nothing left of the seat. The roads are horrible. Jiggled adult syndrome, yeah. Compressed spinal discs, yeah. Do you know why farmers are like so beat up when they're old and they can like hardly walk? It's because they're hard on their bodies from driving like old shitty equipment on old roads and never going to the hospital. My friend of a friend, I guess. So like my best friend's brother, I'll say. He just bought a new combine 2 years ago. Guess how much the combine cost? Brand new John Deere combine. It's a big one. It also self-drives. You just program the GPS and everything. You don't even have to drive it. You program the GPS ahead of time and it drives itself. Sometimes you gotta fix the GPS, but... This is why I say farmers will never get out of debt. Yeah, Roscoe has it. It was about $1 million for a brand new John Deere combine. I was like, all right. That's cool. That's casually drop $1 million on a piece of farm equipment. We were talking in the work Discord about like startup companies and how they usually say it takes like 2 to 3 years before you start making a profit when you do a startup, depending on what the startup is, of course. And I was like, let me tell you about farmers. They might make a profit, but they never pay off their debt. They literally die with their debt. It's just part of being a farmer. You will never be out of debt. The farm I used to work near had 12 $1 million combines every year and would just sell them back after harvest and do it again. That's crazy! What? That's crazy. The self-driving pays itself, though. It can work any shift. Well, you still have to be in it. Or, like, around it in case something goes wrong. Especially here, because sometimes the GPS messes up. And if it went through a slough and got stuck, that would suck. Isn't John Deere shady AF? Repairing it is overpriced and only through them? Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know if that's shady. I think that's pretty standard for a lot of farm companies. Biggest independent... Oh, that's nice they're independent. When I hear that, I just imagine it's like some company buying up farmland in Canada. JD fights rights to repair tooth and nail. Standard practice does not... Yeah, I know. It's not correct. It's just what we're used to. I actually don't know why John Deere is so popular. I think it's just marketing. I think it's just ad campaigns. My parents are not the rich kind of farmers. They're like the poor farmers that saved up to buy a super old combine that was already like 20 years old, and they saved up and bought it, and they're still running it even though it breaks down like 5 times a year. It doesn't have air conditioning. The tractor doesn't even have a cab door on it. And they don't, like, you know, you see some farmers and they're like brand name everything. It's either John Deere Ride or Die, or it's Case Ride or Die. Usually John Deere or Case, sometimes New Holland. My family's like, whatever's cheapest, whatever's cheapest. We have like Case, we have New Holland, we have International. I don't think we have anything John Deere except the Gator. Deere equipment is good and easy to maintain, in my opinion. I don't really see the difference between Case and John Deere, but I'm not like a... I don't know. I'm not like regularly using them. John Deere is basically made it impossible to actually own their products. You basically subscribe to their tractor's farm version of Apple. Sounds like Adobe. John Deere Green. Wait, I have a song for this. You never know. You never know what you're gonna get on a Stim stream. We'll talk about the most random stuff. For small lawns, Ryobi can't be beat for lawn and outdoor electric cordless. I've never heard of Ryobi. We started using Kubota for our lawnmower stuff. I think it's Kubota, it's the orange one. Do 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 do. It's John Deere Green on a hot summer night. I work with a company that's tied a lot to John Deere, and they won't even give us shit to make products for them while actively buying it. Really? God, I love how I could talk about farm equipment and lawn equipment with you guys. New people must come into the stream and be like, what the heck? So funny. Tomatoes. I've been trying to get my garden in, but it's rained for like 2 weeks straight here. And I think if I put potatoes in now, they would rot. So I'm hoping it gets sunny here soon, please. Cute dragon thing, literal Letterkenny extra. I don't think I talk like the people on Letterkenny. My potatoes are growing already. My parents planted their potatoes like a month ago, like super early, and theirs are growing. But I'm scared if I plant mine now, they'll rot because it's really wet. Oh yeah, there was lots of fires up north. Yeah, at least people know Letterkenny. To be fair, hockey guys do talk like Letterkenny hockey guys. Most of them. It's not that exaggerated. The Warhammer farming lore goes deep. I really want a Stimpack themed Imperial Knight. I think that would go hard. That's just like for farming. Put it on throne. I have to do a normal model for like normal models first. We will make poor financial decisions. Don't make poor financial decisions for me. The John Deere Knight. Do you like SCTV? What is SCTV? I don't know what that is. I probably should, but I don't know what it is. I have a night I'm putting together that I can't decide on a theme for. What were you thinking of? I want like for the one I want to do it like an enchanted garden theme. I know that sounds weird for a night, but I think that would be really cool if it was like and it had like little dragon elements. Like it has like moss and ivy growing on it. Like it's old and been like overgrown. That's the kind of theme I want to do. Yeah, like freehand vines of flowers. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Nim Nim. How are you, Gage? The Jolly Green Knight. Yeah. Exactly. Hi, Matthew. Long before your time, it was Canadian SNL. So many big Canadian actors got their start on it. Okay, I don't know any Canadian actors other than Ryan Reynolds. I know there has to be some, but I cannot think of any. Incredible tweet. What did Gage tweet? Is it Gooner stuff again? Hi, Rickles. No Gooner stuff. I die that this is your legacy over the Meeble Bell Field Center that started it all. This is now Gage's legacy. Those guys from Corner Gas? Let me look up Canadian actors. There's gotta be some. Jim Carrey's Canadian? What? For real? Where was he from? Thank you for the follow, Custodian Rin. Canadian-born U.S. citizen. What the heck? Okay, I gotta go see Gage's tweet now because everyone keeps talking about it. Oh yeah, Ryan Gosling. Ryan Gosling's hot. Oh my god, I made it onto Bestie's Twitter feed. Let's wait. Why are you? Wait. That's not your breakfast, please. Please don't tell me that's your actual breakfast. I just saw me. I forgot everything else in that picture. What the? Please don't tell me you're having a Red Bull and Uncrustables for breakfast together. It's staged, allegedly. Allegedly, uh-huh. I just imagine your hand shaking like mad. Hell yeah, manufactured PB&J. I've always wanted to try Uncrustables. I've never had them before. I feel like it's like white bread with sugar on steroids. I try to be healthy, believe it or not. I try not to buy processed foods. Uncrustables are amazing. It's literally just white bread on steroids with extra sugar. Why do you say that like it's a bad thing? I don't know. I'm trying to stay healthy. You guys, I get sick really easily. I have to be careful with what I eat. If I just eat sugar and empty carbs, I'll become deathly ill. I'm like a sickly Victorian child. I have to eat nutrients or my body goes into organ failure. Uncrustables make a regular PB&J seem like a luxury product. What? It's that bad? I also don't drink energy drinks because I remember when a ton of people had heart attacks from them and it traumatized me. Even though I think that's a pretty rare thing, I'm still scared to drink energy drinks. I'll drink 3 cups of coffee in the morning, but I'm scared to have an energy drink. Thanks for the follow, Brawlin in reverse and alpha. No, not the lemonade that kills you. There were literally people that drank so many monsters they died. Oh, yeah, and Four Locos. Yeah. I will have an energy drink once in a while if I'm driving long distance. That's true. But I like the ones that are like called Celsius. Is that a thing? Celsius energy drink? I don't know if it's an energy drink, but those are the ones I drink if I have to have one. Wait, didn't Celsius get sued? Oh no! Maybe I should switch back to Red Bull. The only time I drank Red Bulls was when I was doing Red Bull vodka shots. I'm so sad you'll never get to try the unnerved Four Loko. I think that would kill me. I actually think that would kill me. Wait, liquid death is just water, not a dangerous energy drink? Oh yeah, there was a lady who died from drinking too much water on a radio show for a contest. You don't know until I don't want to gamble with my life. Well, that's not true. I like doing that too. What kind of shots are popular in your region of the world? I literally don't do shots anymore. I don't even remember the last time I had a shot that wasn't like for stream. Like I don't remember the last time I went to a bar or like where else do you do shots? A club? I don't even remember the last time I went out. I don't know what's popular anymore. Like tequila is always popular. That's universal. Otherwise, it was just like random like mixed drinks. It was like Jaeger bombs, Fireball. Oh, there was one that was really good. It was like called butter something. And it was like sweet. It's called water intoxication, where so much water goes into your bloodstream it dilutes enough to kill you. That is terrifying. Yeah, a new thing for me to be anxious over. Drinking too much water and diluting my blood. A buttery nipple. That's what it was. That's what it was. A buttery nipple. What's in that? Butterscotch schnapps and Irish cream. Yeah, that was good. A white and dark gray night with gold middle accents covered with moss or vines and dragon iconography. Yeah, that sounds really cool, Dittersdorf. Yeah. That sounds cool. That's what I'm picturing. You probably did. I googled it and it only came up because I don't think. I googled it and it only came up with pictures of shots. It was safe, surprisingly. Don't do it just in case it's not safe for you, but it was safe for me. There's also like sourpuss was really popular. And it was just like the sour liquor. Sourpuss? It's like yeah, that was really popular. I think that was popular with like teenagers, so. VTuber that likes country, I'm here for it. Let's go! I'm glad you like it here. We're pretty chill. Okay, but Everclear shots to clean the sinuses? I don't know what Everclear is. I'm guessing it's like really bad. I want to do magical girly pop night. You should do one! That reminds me of Mamie. Don't drink that ever. Hi, Brittany! Wait, I'm gonna give you VIP. Hold on. Hey, Britt. Hi, Britt. It's basically rubbing alcohol. It's straight. Oh. Hello, Princess. How is Stim today? I finally managed to get out. I hope you're feeling better, Kieran. I'm doing good. I felt really sleepy this morning, but I feel alive after yapping. I just needed a good dose of yapping to feel alive again. Most country bands drink like fish. I feel like most bands drink like fish. Thank you for the follow, Dokja Omniscient Reader. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. I'm one of those kids. I saw this tweet and it was like you could tell a person who read a lot of books as a kid because they know a lot of words but say them all wrong. That's me. I know a lot of words but I pronounce them all wrong because I never heard anyone say them before. I just made it up in my head. So if I say something totally wrong, I know what it means. I just don't know how to say it. I use Everclear when making mixed drinks like Jungle Juice. Jungle Juice sounds crazy, not gonna lie. I don't know what that is, but it sounds crazy. What are you reading now? Oh, I'm reading The Infinite and the Divine by Robert Rath, a Warhammer 40k novel. I'm only like 3 chapters in, so I haven't read too much. Thank you for the hydrate. I get some water here. I wanted robot Yowie. They're so cute. How they like tease each other. They make fun of each other. What am I gonna read after? I don't know. I don't know yet. That's good so far. I like the writing. The writing's good. I really gotta finish Brandon Sanderson's freaking Rhythm of War, but I think that might go unfinished. It's just like every time I think of starting a new book, I think about that book that's sitting unfinished by my bed, and that gives me anxiety that's not finished. I'm reading some mob smut right now. Oh my god, let's go! What is it? I love me some smut, as everybody knows. I just finished the hockey smut book. It was okay. I don't know if I'd recommend it. Rhythm of War is a bit of a slog, and that's coming from a Cosmere fan. Wait, it's a monster trilogy? Oh, is it just called that because the guy's a monster? Because he's a monster! He's such a bad guy. I've been stuck on Rhythm for an entire year. I've been stuck on Rhythm for 2 years. I keep going back to it and rereading what happened the last chapter because I forget what's going on, and then I get to the exact same part and I just stop because I can't push myself through it. I should probably just... Honestly, I should probably just skip some of it. I should just skip the part I'm at. I hate doing that though. I feel like that's an offense to skip part of the book. But I just can't get through it. I'm sure I could finish it if I just got past the part I'm at. The Infinite and Divine is such a great book. If you want more Necron books, you should check out the Twice Dead King series. Yeah, Necron Supremacy. Let's go. I love my Necron boys. Sanderson making me bored of Kaladin chapters is the worst part. Okay, the first book was so good. I feel like it went downhill from the first book, honestly. I loved Kaladin in the first book. I still like Kaladin, but I don't know, it just got too slow. Not enough action for me. Words of Radiance is the best. The Words of Radiance was good. The thing is, Brandon Sanderson is so good at the like windfall at the end of the book that it makes you want to slog through the entire book just to get to the end of the book where everything happens. Which is kind of annoying when you think about it. Because like it feels like the whole book is just like set up for the end of the book. And it's like over 1,000-page book, is it not? It's just kind of annoying. I have to read the whole book to get to the good part. I feel like nothing really great happens in the rest of the book. And I've heard Wind of Truth isn't like worth it either. Okay, we have an ad starting in a minute. I'm gonna go get another coffee and then we'll get into the react. So I'll leave you here. Go take a break while the ads play. And we'll be back in like 5 minutes. I just need to make another coffee because I'm eepy. Well, oh, I should tell you what we're doing for the react. This is what we're doing. We're doing The Emperor Man Part 2 from Luetin's series, The Emperor Man. We watched the first part. It took me 3 hours to react to. I will try not to talk that much this time. I can't make any promises, though. Cannot make any promises. Doubt. Luetin versus Stim, who's the greatest yapper? I yap about... I don't know what Luetin yaps about. Probably knowledgeable things. I yap about random stuff. Okay, I'll be right back. Everybody go take a quick little break. Get yourself a snack if you can. And we'll watch this when I get back. I was stuck in that ad. Is she away or just disassociating? Both. Both. I disassociate like every day, I think, at some point. I think that's a common thing, isn't it? Maybe. Maybe not. VTuber and disassociating go hand in hand. Hi, No Fox. How are you doing? Okay. We'll lock in. So hear me out. Stim Farm Imperial Knights and an attached Imperial Guard regiment. We're just farm boys, hockey players. That's hilarious. I want to make a farming army. Hey Stim, I'm doing great. How about you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Hope you're having a good day. I feel reinvigorated by all of the attention. If I'm being real, I woke up today and I was super tired. And I had a really busy day yesterday and I was like, oh, I'm gonna be a zombie on stream. And now I feel better. Now I feel better just yapping. This is my third coffee. It's delicious. Okay, let's what are we doing here? Long day at the Long Day Factory? Feels like it. I spent like, I must have been on Photoshop for like 10 hours yesterday making graphics for all the events coming up. It took forever. My brain was numb. You put it a little higher. There we go. So this is The Emperor of Man, Part 2 by Luetin. It goes over the lore dive of the Emperor and human mankind. Human mankind. We watched Part 1 a while ago, like 2 weeks ago. Actually, the video for Part 1 should be going up tomorrow or today. So I probably should have timed that better so that they came out before this one. But anyways, this is Part 2. I'm going to try not to yap too much because I made the video too long last time. So I think I'm excited to learn. I learned so much last time. Luetin knows his stuff. Oh my god. I felt like the videos that I've watched of Brickies were like a great general overview to simplify it for me to like get interested in it. And then I feel like Luetin gives me all the like the details, all the stuff that I didn't know about. So it's been good watching both. Brookie is your bachelor's, Luetin is your PhD. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, I really like how in-depth he gets. It opens up all these questions for me. I also wanted to do a tier list of the worst jobs in Warhammer 40k. I think that'd be a fun stream. And ranking the Primarchs. I want to do so many tier lists. I've never done a tier list. Luetin has always been the scientifically peer-reviewed of 40k lore. That's amazing. Okay. Let's start the movie chat. Grab your snackies and your drinks. And we're going to learn about the history of the Emperor of Man and why he's so based. Because I hate Xenos. I only like the Emperor. Praise be the Emperor. Totally. Honestly, 100% praise the Emperor. He's definitely not a bad guy. I've never once said that he was a bad guy. Or morally corrupt, ever. Okay, Stim, you can't lie on the internet. He was totally not using Necron Tech for his life support, we swear. Totally not doing that. Never would do that. He's a bad guy, but he's our bad guy. That's why we love Warhammer. That's why we love it. Yes, Inquisitor, this VTuber right there. Alright, let's start from the beginning. Let me know how the sound is, guys. I like to have the sound loud for the video. In the grim darkness of the far future, there's only war. War never changes. They are my bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. Humanity. I don't know why I said it like that. They are my space marines, and they shall know no fear. The Emperor of Mankind. Quick rewind. That's my rewind sound. Do you remember when he killed all of the, what was it, Thunder Warriors? I think it was Thunder Warriors, wasn't it? And possibly killed some of the Space Marines? Yep. Okay, that was on part 1. Respect my authority. That was part 1. He killed them all. The Emperor of Man, part 2. Also, someone said in my video that I was like crazy for wanting to know how the Emperor was born. What's wrong with that? A girl wants to know. I like thinking. Sorry, I'm gonna ask questions about it. Humanity is entering the 31st millennium. Sounds like super heresy. The Emperor's crusade to reunite humanity is a resounding success. Okay, a little history here. This is after the crash of humanity, the AI, what did they call it? The AI winter, basically. This is like when the Emperor not back, he was always there, but he came out and was like, I'll save you. Yeah, the Age of Strife. This is when everything shut down. Everyone devolved into like techno-barbarians, Mad Max-esque. He came out. Yeah, he came out. He came out as Warhammer's gay dad. Anyways. And the Emperor came and was like, I'll fix it. And he's getting humanity back on track. The crusade to reunite humanity is a resounding success. Yay, humanity! The Astartes Brotherhood stands stronger than ever. By uniting Earth, we mean waging brutally and incredibly bloody war. Yeah, basically. Look at that Giga Chad. The humanity stands at a crossroads. Total victory and reunification of the human race is a near certainty. Nothing can stop us. Or so we thought. Or can it? Wait, who's that? Ooh, we're the Horus Heresy! The Horus Heresy! Sound alerts are still on? Oh my god, thank you for reminding me. Cannot trust people to not use sound alerts. 1 second, y'all. Pause. Pause. Turn some channel point off. Turn these off. I will leave that on. We can still change the hairstyles. Okay, I think that's good. We're back. So now we get to learn the Horus Heresy. This is like the most interesting part of it, I think. So I'm excited. It's Horus, right?
31st millennium of man would be one of the darkest and most destructive humanity had faced. It would bring the newly established Imperium to its knees and deal wounds so severe it would never truly recover. I need to say that this section of Imperial lore is vastly complex and heavily documented. Bearing that in mind, I'll be covering it in a briefer fashion as specific events can be looked at later in time. However, the 31st millennium is one of the most important periods as it deals with the fall of humanity as a truly dominant power and the inception of the Imperium that would exist into the 41st millennium.
Okay, do you agree with that? It's better to be feared than loved? By Machiavelli? I personally disagree. I think people are more motivated by love than they are fear. Isn't that like the whole plotline of Harry Potter? Love is stronger chain than fear. I agree. Like, fear creates order. Why Fulgrim was such a pervasive leader. Classic Roman mindset. I feel like if you're very loved by your people, they're more motivated to listen to you and die for you than people who are motivated by fear. Because with fear, you still get deserters. You're not going to get a deserter if everyone loves you. But it's harder to get people to love you than it is to get people to fear you. I feel like getting people to fear you is easier. It's like the cheat code. Yeah, fear is quicker, love is stronger. I agree, Nova. Fear doesn't motivate, but keeps you in check longer. That's true. But it doesn't stop the schemer stabbing you in the back. That's also true. But I feel like you'd have more devoted guards if you're loved by your people than if you're feared. If you're feared, they might think they can get away with, you know, like being paid off because they actually are scared of you and hate you. But if they love you, they're not going to take any bribes. But it is harder to get people to love you, so there's always going to be people who don't love you. There's more chance people will fear you. Stim is testing us. Just testing your loyalty, that's all. That's why we have commissars. That's true. Chapter 8, Heresy. My favorite.
The Horus Heresy. This was essentially a mutiny by several Primarchs and their Space Marine legions, a betrayal against the Emperor and the Imperium instigated by the War Master Horus Lupercal. Now, considering how much is written about these events, it actually takes place over a very short timescale in the general scheme of events in 40k, lasting for only about 7 years.
Oh, wow!
As I already outlined, this rebellion ultimately was orchestrated by, at this time, the unknown forces of chaos.
Oh, okay, this is all coming back to me. We learned that there is a faction of humans who knew about the warp and the chaos. Well, everyone knows about the warp. Well, not everyone, but they knew about the chaos and were like working with it, and they were fine with it. I can't remember what they were called. That faction of humans that the Space Marines came across. Onterix? Yeah, we learned about those people, and then we also learned that the Emperor didn't tell his Space Marines in Tyrix. He didn't tell his Space Marines about how chaos worked. Because we don't know why, but probably because he didn't want them to be tempted by it. But yeah, so I think that's important because that's part of why the heresy starts, isn't it? Because they found out the Emperor was basically hiding things from them.
Yet there were many secondary factors, and arguably, even without the influence of chaos, it seems possible that these events could have taken place without dark suggestions from the warp, albeit likely to a lesser extent. The Emperor's return to Terra to establish new projects that, for whatever reason, he was unwilling to also share with even Horus or any of the Primarchs, left them feeling set aside and cast out from his circle of trust. This would lead to feelings of resent or in some outright anger and disgust.
Mm-hmm.
This was less though about ego or pride than it was trust, although there is no doubt these emotions were an element in play. Primarchs, despite their demigod-like stature and ability, were fundamentally human at the core. It was more about their deep connection to the Emperor, and perhaps that they saw themselves not as equal, but at least on a similar level to him.
They thought they were on a similar level as the Emperor? But did he try and make them feel like they were, like, similar to him? To make them feel better? Like, that's weird. They're so below the Emperor. No one compares to the Emperor. They're basically demigods. True. A demigod like Hercules? Chaos as a concept is easier to take hold in you once you know it exists and start. That's true. That's true. I can understand why the Emperor didn't do it, but I do think. But it's hard to say because the Emperor has clairvoyance, so he can see the future. So you think he would know what to do to get the outcome they're at now, right? So how did he not know not telling them would start this? Or did he know that this would happen all along? And he was okay with it. At this point, the Primarchs had never seen a Big E flex, so they thought they were on a... That's true. That's true, too. I just like asking questions about it, because it gets... I feel like the more we talk about it, the more questions I get, and the more questions I get lead to more and more theories, so that's why I like asking questions.
His retreat to Earth and abandonment of them at this juncture certainly left them feeling consigned to the rest of humanity. These feelings were surely only fragments of doubt, not an outright stab to the heart, but nonetheless the seeds of mistrust were sown, and those chinks in the armour of the Imperium were exactly what the dark warp entities of chaos looked for. Another factor in the resentment and frustration felt by the Primarchs and some higher officers in Space Marine legions would be the...
Wait, what is this? Who are these? Like, that looks like Adeptus Mechanicus. Wait, High Lords of Terra? I don't know anything about the High Lords. Wait, who are the High Lords? Senile old men? Wow, I've never seen this art before. That's cool. They're just, like, kept alive. I feel like they're in Congress. They run the Imperium now. Ah, it's kind of like... am I getting in trouble for saying this? Maybe. It's kind of like they're the real people who run it, like the council, and the Emperor now is just like a figurehead, but he doesn't actually make the decisions. They're like the behind the scenes group that actually control things. Or maybe they're not behind the scenes. I don't know if they are behind the scenes now. The High Lords are the humans who run the Imperium post-heresy. The pre-heresy version of them is called the Council of Terra. Well, he's a corpse, so he can't make decisions. He's still... We think he's still there, though, like, intellectually.
The Council of Terra. This was a governing body charged with the administration and infrastructure control of the Crusade and Imperium as a whole. It was controversial among the Astartes as it comprised an all-human council. Primarchs and Space Marines alike were not given permission to sit with the Terra Council. Their role was for that of war, and all military matters were handled by the War Master.
Okay.
One of the most primary council members was the previously mentioned Malcador the Sigillite.
Malcador!
Malcador was no simple man though. He was a psyker of immense power and used these abilities to reach out into the vast realms of space.
I really like Malcador. I really like him. I think he's sweet. I think he's cool as hell.
He was a close aide to the Emperor during Earth's unification wars and is said to have formed the Administratum of Terra. So he is no mere administrator, but a vastly important figure.
Imagine being Malcador and being called an administrator. He's like the second most powerful psyker ever, in humankind at least, and does like all this cool stuff for the Emperor, and they're like, yeah, he's my administrator. That's so funny.
As important, in fact, as any Primarch. Some of the Emperor's sons, though, did not feel that the Imperium should be run by human bureaucrats, and so the Council of Terra would become another chip on the shoulder and a contributing factor to heresy. One last and...
I love this artwork Because it looks like Horus and Sanguinius are like besties, but you know what happens. It's so sad. It's just like it's very tragic. Oh wait, that's Fulgrim? Oh, I thought that was Sanguinius. Because he had the wings. Malkador is utterly based in the Heresy books whenever he shows up. Oh, I should read the Heresy books. Sanguinius is on the other end. Oh, okay. So Fulgrim has white hair. Sanguinius has blonde hair. That's the difference. They look like identical from here. Little late after your question, but while the Emperor is clairvoyant, he could only perceive the potential end results, not the path to get there, was explained in the later Siege of Terra novels. Ah, okay. Wait, so he knew he was going to end up on the Necron throne? It's almost like they're brothers, Tim. They're brothers, but they're very different. You can see Sang's wings behind him. Oh, I see them now, right here. It was kind of covered up at first. Dating sim game and all the potential love interests are the Primarchs. Yeah, I'm making a fan fiction about that. It's called a reverse harem modern AU fan fiction with all the Primarchs. And I'm the self-insert. Toasty. Anyways, back to the movie.
The specific act, though, would turn at least one Primarch away from the Emperor and continue to raise doubts in others. The disciplining of Lorgar. Lorgar was the Primarch of the Word-Bearers, or as they often referred to themselves, the Bearers of the Word. The word referred to is the Emperor's word. However, the Word-Bearers were almost fundamentalist in their beliefs. Lorgar believed with every fibre of him that the Emperor himself was a divine being.
Oh.
One true god of mankind. They believed this to the core and preached it across their homeworld as well as any they encountered during the Expeditionary Crusades.
Don't we hate Lorgar? Is he the one that stole the thing? Or is that something else? Sorry if I'm getting it mixed up. I feel like we don't like Lorgar. Or is he a good guy? Who am I thinking of? I remember we hate Lorgar, but I don't remember why. We hate most world bearers. Oh, that's Erebus! Yes, thank you. I was thinking of Erebus, not Lorgar. Yeah. I hate Erebus. That's who I was thinking of. His High Chaplain.
But the Emperor had long since outlawed any concept of belief and religion, imposing a strictly secular rule of law in the Imperial Truth to create a constructively rationalist society. For the longest time, though, these religious emanations were suspected and tolerated by the Imperial Council, and even to an extent by the Emperor. Eventually, however, the Word-Bearers came under closer scrutiny by the simple fact that by comparison to other legions they were unbearably slow with their conquest rate during the Crusade. An investigation fleet was sent by the Imperial Council to establish what was causing this slow progress. On arrival at some of the conquered worlds of the Word-Bearers, they found their answer. To the fleet commander's horror, they had discovered that the Word-Bearers had been spending years indoctrinating and converting the worlds to the illegal and false faith of the Imperium. This...
Oh, what? I thought they wanted to do that. What do you mean illegal? I thought they wanted to indoctrinate other worlds into their faith. They don't? Hell no? Oh. Oh, okay, yeah, not pre-heresy. I keep forgetting this is pre. Okay, you're right. Yes. Big Emps only wanted to unify humanity, not get worshipped. Oh, I see. Okay, I forgot. This is pre-heresy. Pre-heresy, they did not want the Emperor to be worshipped into this stuff. Indoctrinate into the Imperium, not indoctrinate into religion. Okay. So they're like, hey, what's the holdup here? Why are you guys like not conquering as fast as everyone else? So they go check it out and they're just converting people. Whoopsies. He just ignored all the check boxes he checked for a god.
It was a tediously slow process and took significantly longer than usual conquests, as was often so bloody due to the world's initially resisting having an enforced faith.
No kidding, yeah.
This egregious practice was considered an abject failure of duty by the Imperium and the Emperor himself. Worse still, it came to light that the word-bearers had been employing a standard practice to execute those who did not renounce their faith and accept that of the Imperium and Emperor as the divine faith, which only served to pour more fuel onto the flames of outrage. The Emperor was absolutely enraged by this notion that he should be worshipped as a god, and the actions of the word-bearers in his name, slaughtering those who refused to accept the Emperor's divinity, stank of the religious excesses that had so often poisoned human history, and the Emperor had witnessed firsthand throughout the ages. So the word-bearers had not only broken his principal rules, but also wasted vast amounts of time and resources. All the worlds they had brought into the Imperium had to be purged in an extremely traumatic process, wasting more lives and more resources.
Ignore the flaming sword and the fact that I look like a golden god. I'm totally a normie. I understand the Emperor wanting to make himself look like this so that people would trust him and follow him. Because, like, to be honest, like, you're not gonna follow just a dude, probably. The Emperor, like, made it so, like, you have to look at me. You have to follow me. I'm so badass. Like, why wouldn't you follow me, right? Normal people cannot directly look at him? Okay, that's a bit much. Okay, Big E, that's a bit much. But I see why he made himself look impressive. But it also has the downside to, when you look that impressive, people are gonna think that you're godly, as they did. You literally look like a divine being.
Balance these incomprehensible actions, the Emperor would publicly humiliate Lorgar.
Oh!
To publicly reprimand a Primarch in front of his Space Marines and even present humans was an unprecedented act, and it cut Lorgar to the core. In one encounter, his faith was publicly ripped from him by the Emperor, and all the worlds they had conquered were to be purged. Lorgar was beside himself.
Purged? As in, destroyed? Like, killed everybody? Is that what they mean by purge? Holy!
As were all the word-bearers, to not only have their faith burned away, but to also know that all their years of efforts counted for naught was an unbearable burden to carry.
Damn.
It is said that the Emperor did not want to break and ruin the word-bearers or Lorgar. He was not vindictive in that way. He wanted to merely set them back on the path to being an effective force for the Imperium and mankind. To cure this corruption, the Emperor turned to the glorious Ultramarines and Robert Guilliman, known for his exceptional tact and unflinching loyalty to the Emperor. The Ultramarines were the word-bearers' mirror and shadow alike in so many ways and different in so many others.
Oh, the Ultramarines are like the best boys. they're beautiful. They do all the good, not the good stuff, but you know, they're like, they kind of feel like the favorites of the Emperor. They're the classic. They are like the glorious Ultramarines. Like, look at that guy. What a Chad.
A living example of
Boy
what
Scouts.
the word-bearers had the potential to be. The Emperor ordered a task force comprised of Ultramarines, his elite personal bodyguards, and the Imperial Council regent Malcador the Sigillite. Their mission? To raise the capital city of the planet Kur to the ground.
Oh, damn!
A planet of high importance to the word-bearers, who considered its capital, Monarchia, the perfect city because of the citizens' intense religious devotion and the sheer number of cathedrals and monuments dedicated to the worship of the Emperor as the god of humanity. Following a temporary mass evacuation of bewildered human citizens who could not understand what crime they had committed, sent out distress signals to the word-bearers, who they considered to be angels.
Oh.
The Ultramarines, though, continued their mission and engaged in the orbital destruction of Monarchia.
Oh my god.
The Wordbearers Legion arrived to answer the distress calls of the planet, only to find to their utter confusion the Ultramarines in orbit. The Wordbearers were ordered to assemble planetside. 100,000 Marines were ordered within sight of the smouldering raised ruins of Monarchia.
Oh my god, what? That is so cold. Not only did they nuke their like favorite planet / city, they ordered them to watch it? That's harsh. They're like, look at what you did. Look at what you did, and you can't save them. Yeah, Emperor is pretty sadistic. He's doing the make an example of them so no one else does it thing. This makes it even more tragic that the World Bearers were genuinely good people before the heresy. They built up orphanages and gave to the poor. Wow. I don't want to break you, but we're going to vaporize your spiritual core. Okay, you know what's sad is the humans on the planet who literally thought the World Bearers were angels, as he said. And they didn't do anything wrong. If I'm understanding, they were conquered and made to have this religion. And we're happy after a while practicing this religion. And then one day the Emperor's just like, nuke it. And they're like, what did we do? What did we do? And then they call their angels for help. And they're just standing there watching everything get obliterated. Oh, damn, that's cold. That's so cold. Look upon your work in despair. It's kind of badass, though. I mean, I kind of fuck with that.
Well, the Emperor himself stood. The Wordbearers were forced, along with all others in attendance, including Lorgar, to kneel before him in the ashes of the city, which stood for all they had believed and done in the name of the Emperor and the Imperium. He explained to them in no uncertain terms that they had failed in duty, that their efforts had been futile, and wasted beliefs were an abhorrence. He was no god, no angel, no divine being, but a man. No such belief would be permitted in his Imperium. The Emperor departed, leaving a Primarch humiliated and a Legion humbled.
Like, okay, Emperor, what do you think is going to happen after that? Like, I get he was making an example of them, but don't you think that maybe they're going to harbor a little bit of resentment after this? Like, I feel like I'll be a little ticked. I'm sure everything will be fine.
Lorgar was physically and psychologically numbed by the Emperor's actions. The razing of the city of Monarchia was a trauma almost too great for many of the Wordbearers to cope with, and had it not been for their strength of genetics, they would have likely been mass suicides and insanity.
Wow.
Lorgar himself, though, fell into a deep melancholy that would burn harder and brighter within him as days turned to weeks, turned to months. Why is this sequence of events so important? In the future years of the Imperium, it was said that all that would later come to pass was born in this microcosm. That the mission and humiliation carried out here would be recalled as the catalyst of a galactic civil war. The ruination of the Wordbearers is critical in understanding the next sequence of events. They were left reeling from the events on Kur, as well as the ritual humiliation and destruction of the Legion's faith. The fate of the Wordbearers at this time is sketchy due to the destructive nature of this period and the events to follow. But it is known that they disappeared for a time.
What is this supposed to be? Sometimes I see art and it just hits me out of nowhere, like, what in the heck? Quick note, the Emperor astral projected himself across the galaxy to be there. He wasn't physically on the planet at the time. Oh, he can astral project. Of course he can. Of course he can.
Seemingly lost in a whirlwind of confusion, disillusionment, and even rage. The Emperor's hope that they would be set straight on the path of the Imperial truth was flawed, and their resentment hugely underestimated. Instead, they withdrew, wandering the galaxy, seeking, waiting for a light of clarity to guide them. It seems likely that Lorgar's fall began after Monarchia, that the dark powers of the warp reached out to him in his...
I mean, this makes total sense to me. Obviously doing this to one of your children would mess him up so much that he would be a broken shell of a space marine man. He's not even a space marine, a Primarch. And be susceptible to the warp. Because don't they prey on... Doesn't the warp get, like, fueled by dark, bad thoughts? And, like, having a broken mentality? So obviously doing this would, like... He is not a great father. Couldn't the Emperor, like, protect... Because he, like, protected Terra from the warp for how many years, they thought? When they were, like, little humans? Couldn't he, like, protect his Primarchs from it? Like, with barriers or something?
Despair and offered him that which the Emperor had denied him, a divine power to believe in. It is not known whom these voices that counselled him were. It's possible, but entirely speculative, that as with Horus later, some of his closest officers, such as Erebus, the Word-Bearer's first chaplain, would be the first to be corrupted and then begin the spread.
Damn, he looks cool. He looks cool as hell. Is this Erebus? Because he looks sweet. Or Lorgar. He's got like a flaming backpack. He's cool. And like religious like scripture on his armor. I love the details. I love how over the top the design is.
Of darkness. What is certain though is that when the Word-Bearers reappeared to rejoin the Great Imperial Crusade, they appeared to be refocused as the Emperor had hoped. But this was far from the truth. The Word-Bearers now no longer served the Emperor or humanity, and were the very first Space Marine Legion to fall to the darkness of chaos.
Okay.
The war between humanity and chaos would still not come until more of the Emperor's crusading forces had been seeded with dark betrayal. Horus Lupercal, favourite of the Emperor, War Master of the Crusade, would become the apex of these events. The real treachery would begin on a small planet named Davin. This world had been easily absorbed into the Imperium by Horus and his legion, the Lunar Wolves, some 60 years previously. The warrior people living there quickly realised they were outclassed and bowed to the powers of the Imperium. Horus was impressed with their realism, honour and strength. Spending time there, the Lunar Wolves brought away from Davin the concept of the Warrior Lodge, a close clique of senior brothers who would share their knowledge and opinions evenly, without rank.
The Warriors Lodge, is that what he said? A band of brothers? Thinking what I'm thinking? They were just roommates.
Obstruction. The concept of lodges, guilds or clans within a legion or imperial force was strictly outlawed by the Emperor as something which could brew dangerous opinions and dissent, as evidently turned out to be the case. Horus decided that he knew better.
Of course he did.
Now Erebus, the aforementioned first chaplain of the Word-Bearers, was at this point fully corrupted by chaos.
Oh, okay.
He reported to the Lunar Wolves that Commander Temba, the governor of Davin, and his forces had turned renegade and dug themselves.
Okay, quick pause. Do we know when someone gets corrupted by chaos, is it like a singular being that corrupts them, like a demon or like Zinch or someone? Or is it just like chaos in general, like everything? Do we actually know that? I'm curious, like, who picked that guy and was like, him, he's mine. Both or either? I would imagine that the Chaos Gods are watching this happen and wanting to, like, play in it. It can be one god, or it can be something called Chaos Undivided. That makes sense. I imagine the more powerful you are as a psyker, the more powerful of a being it needs to be to corrupt you, though. Like, not just some random demons are gonna corrupt, like, a Primarch. But, like, a normal person, sure. That makes sense.
Into a fortress on Davin's moon. Horus led an assault force to clear the moon and extract Temba personally. On the surface, his forces were confronted by the foul, reanimated remains of Temba's outpost, who had evidently succumbed to the chaos plague of Nurgle's rot.
Oh
skewing them into horrific parodies of the human form. Horus slew the grossly altered Temba personally, but not before Temba managed to strike a blow to Horus using the advanced blade, the Anatheme.
Uh-oh.
The Anatheme, you will recall, was the highly advanced blade stolen decades previous by Erebus from the people known as the Interrex.
Oh my god! It's all coming back. I forgot Erebus stole the artifact that pissed off the Interrex and made them be like, actually, you guys are corrupted. We're not gonna work with you. And then he used that to stab Horus? Damn.
The weapons appeared to be semi-sentient, as the Interrex claimed the weapons could be instructed to recognize a particular person, which gave them the ability to mortally wound that person. The Interrex did not know how to produce these weapons, but had confiscated them from a Xenos race known as the Kinebrak.
Oh.
It seems clear that Erebus orchestrated the whole sequence of events on Davin's moon, and potentially worse, had already been corrupted by Chaos even prior to his theft of the Anatheme from the Interrex years before. The distorted Chaos-riddled Temba had been instructed to speak Horus Lupercal's name to the blade. This meant that upon striking the greatest Primarch of the Imperium, it would wound him in such a way as to be beyond even his demi-godlike powers of healing. The fate of the Anatheme would still have importance in the years to come. Horus was taken back to his ship, the Vengeful Spirit, where apothecaries...
So Erebus is like trying to get back at Horus because he's corrupted? And he's vengeful? So he gives the special sword that he stole that's sentient to this general on this moon, tells him to speak Horus's name so it'll actually hurt Horus, and then Horus gets hurt. For reasons.
Frustratingly determined his wound could not be healed naturally or otherwise. Horus's Mournival, his lodge of closest officers, took him in their despair to the Serpent Lodge on Davin, where Erebus assured them he knew how to heal the War Master in a special spiritual ceremony.
Damn it,
this was,
Erebus!
Of course, all part of Erebus's plan. During this ritual, Horus's spirit would be transferred into the warp along with Erebus, disguised as one of the War Master's closest friends, Hastur Sejanus, captain of the 4th Company.
Holy
this
shit!
out-of-body experience showed Horus a terrifying vision of the future, which unbeknownst to him were caused by his very actions, bringing the Imperium into an age of repressive, violent and superstitious regime where the Emperor and some of the most loyal Primarchs were worshipped as divine beings by the fanatical and ignorant masses of humanity. The Chaos Gods portrayed themselves as the victims of the Emperor's psychic might, who had been suppressed throughout the ages and had no interest themselves in controlling the material world. Horus, already having grown jealous and deeply resentful of the perceived poor treatment at the hands of the Emperor, and was one of many of the Astartes legions afraid of the concept of a peace wherein all for which they had fought would be turned over to weak-willed mortal men, whilst his...
They were... what? They were afraid to, like, that everything they accomplished would just be given to normal men? Is that what he's saying? Oh, they were afraid of getting... oh, Thunder Warrior. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Like, when their job is done, they'll be disposed of. Which was the Emperor's actually intended idea. I mean, fair enough. They're just a tool. They were just a tool, and they realized that they were disposable after their job was done of conquering. Everything would just be handed over to human rulers, and then they would be put into, you know, the ground, dead, probably.
His legions were cast aside and left as peacekeepers without a purpose. These were the Emperor's wishes. For you see, the Astartes were always a tool to save humanity and bring power back to mankind, not just to subjugate it. Horus, in his weakened and embittered state, was very suggestible and would accept this twisted and misunderstood prophecy. But there was one thing Erebus had not counted on. Horus's brother, Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Sons, a legion and chapter who had widely embraced psychers and their unique powers. had continued to study the forbidden arts of warp manipulation and sorcerous powers. The Cyclopean giant of Magnus appeared within Horus's vision, revealing Erebus' true identity and begging Horus not to fall in to the temptations of chaos.
Oh.
It was all in vain, though.
Magnus, the beautiful boy Magnus, was like researching psychers and magic. Magic! And he saw this happening and told Horus, hey, don't go see Erebus, bad things are gonna happen. And Horus was like, meh. Magnus tried so hard, but he's a boy failure. Oh. Was it Magnus intended to sit on the golden throne? Oh. Poor Magnus.
Horus had by now already decided that if anyone deserved to be worshipped as a god, then it was he. The godlike warp demons of chaos healed Horus's wounds and between them made a deal. In exchange for the immense power he would gain, as well as ruling power over the mortal galaxy, he would deliver to them the Emperor.
Oh,
who the
damn!
Dark Chaos gods feared most, as they knew he alone stood with enough power to potentially destroy them. Although Horus had always been an immensely skillful military leader, his true genius was in the manipulation of others. This was often remarked upon by his brother Primarchs, Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists once noting to Garviel Luetin, who you remember was the Lunar Wolves captain and a member of the Mournival, that Horus had Luetin put forward a campaign of war so his character would be more well known as a peacemaker than a warmonger. Dawn said, "You understand what Horus had you do this morning. He had primed the Mournival to back him, Luetin. He is cultivating the air of a peacemaker, for that plays well across the worlds of the Imperium. This morning he wanted someone other than himself to suggest unleashing the legions for war." This skill of manipulation would be especially important now. It was one thing for the Chaos Aberrations to turn a few men and even a Primarch, but to turn legions and still more Primarchs? The strongest willed and most loyal of the Emperor's forces to Chaos? How would this be possible? Well,
How?
It would in part because Horus did not declare himself outright as a disciple of Chaos, nor
Of course, he's not gonna be like, hey my boys, it's chaos time. Of course he's gonna be sneaky about it. It's your boy, demons.
or would he follow immediately the darkest of their practices. As had been the case until now, the game being played was one of subtlety and deception. Horus began implementing throughout the legions the concept of the Mournival, that he had allowed first within the Lunar Wolves. The Mournival Lodge enabled officers to group together in secret and lay the seeds of discontent and mutiny. Horus would also capitalise on the current negative feelings among some of his fellow Primarchs, and then the refracted disillusionment among some of the legions. Lorgar and the Word Bearers had already turned to Chaos following their world-shattering humiliation by the Emperor.
Yeah.
Horus would engage legions of Astartes, Imperial troops, and even several Mars Titan legions with the principal concept that Horus now perceived the Emperor, powerful as he was, did not deserve the unreserved praise and recognition of the human race. More Astartes legions would now join the traitors, Angron and the World Eaters, Mortarion and his Death Guard, Fulgrim and the Emperor's children were among the first to side with the War Master. Others would later fall, including the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Alpha Legion, and lastly, the Thousand Sons.
Ooh, that's a lot.
It had become clear that the Primarchs were far from the perfect demigod-like human form they were perceived to be, although technically each Primarch was physically and mentally godlike compared to
Even in like Greek mythology and stuff with the demigods, don't they all just like bicker and like trick each other? Like I feel like this is it doesn't matter if you're a god or a demigod, you like doing stuff. You like playing little pranks and tricks and lying. You probably get bored being a god or a demigod. I think that's what makes them like interested in being existing. It's creating a little bit of tea, a little bit of drama, a little bit of chaos. Horus Heresy is basically ancient mythology in space, and that's why I love it. Yeah, it is really giving a mythology. The human side to them is still flawed. Yeah, you can be a super powerful god, demigod, but you still have humanness to you. Because the Emperor is human, and they were created in his likeness.
Standard.
Surely you could pick up a hobby rather than ruining lives if you're bored.
Human, they still bore all of humanity's virtues as well as their flaws such as ego, greed, envy, arrogance, rage, and more besides. These superhuman warriors were meant to be the saviors of mankind, but instead they could be the downfall of everything that had been salvaged and achieved. The Thousand Sons Legion would be a particularly tragic story. Their Primarch Magnus the Red, who you remember had attempted to prevent Horus from falling to darkness whilst experiencing his out-of-body experience to the warp on Davin. Magnus and the Thousand Sons Legion had begun to use psychic powers and warp sorcery as part of their legion's general practices.
How did that, like, go over with the Emperor? Wasn't he, like, super against them using the warp? Was he just allowing Magnus to do this? Not well. As you will see, not well. Oh, the Emperor didn't know at this point. He finds out. Okay. I'm just like, he's super against all this, and Magnus is just like, okay, hear me out. I've been in the warp, but...
This was actually outlawed by the Emperor, who was cautious of using psychic power in only controlled services. It's surprising they chose this path to break with Imperial law. However, it seems that they actually bore a natural affinity for such practices, and as with many things, likely started out small before becoming more widespread.
Oh, so it seems like Magnus's specialty was just he was more tied to the warp. So he was kind of like screwed from the start. If that was like his thing and he wasn't allowed to do his thing. Because you know each of the Primarchs has their like special thing, right? And Magnus was just like, hey, my thing is the warp, Dad. Well, you can't do that. Oh, okay. my thing is being a psyker, Dad. No, banned. You can't do your one thing. Oh, okay.
In time, many Space Marine legions and chapters would use sanctioned psychers in the new librarian branch of the forces, but in these early days there was no regulation or established command. As a consequence, many of the Thousand Sons Marines would suffer whole body deterioration, as they would eventually become consumed by the warp powers, unable to control or prevent this. It was for this reason that Magnus the Red was able to travel into the warp and see Horus in his most dire of situations. Magnus, after this incident, was so grief-stricken that rather than physically travel to Earth and speak to the Emperor, which now in hindsight would have been the far better choice, he chose to use his psychic power to reach out and speak to the Emperor himself at the Imperial Palace on Terra.
Oops.
But this would shatter all the psychic wards the Emperor had placed on the palace and severely damage the project being secretly worked on by the Emperor. This itself was connected to the psychic paths of the webway, the gateways used by the Eldar, and previously, the Old Ones.
Yikes.
This choice by Magnus was catastrophic and a rash miscalculation. His psychic assault on the Imperial Palace, his panic and frustration and anger and trauma gave free rein to the warp and its evil inhabitants to invade Terra.
Oopsies. Oopsies. That's why you say Magnus did nothing wrong. He was supposed to do nothing, and he did it wrong. He was supposed to not do that. He was supposed to just not do that, and he did it. Oopsie doopsie. I mean, he acted, which is kind of surprising that he acted, like, aren't the Primarchs supposed to not be super emotional and human? Like, they are human, have human qualities, but aren't they supposed to not be like that? And it seems like Magnus acted purely on emotion and impulse and did this and created all hell breaking loose. When you're looking at the barrier against demons, you see Magnus knocking on the other side of the barrier. They're extremely intelligent, but still human at the core. The Primarchs are very super emotional. I'm just surprised, like, when the Emperor made them, wouldn't he make them not emotional? Like, couldn't he control that, you would think? Like, he knows that is the downfall to humans, is, like, how emotional and corruptible they are. He has high int, low whiz. Relatable. Poor Magnus. I like Magnus. He's a good character. He's very naive. Well, he's just a precious boy. He just wanted to help. Oh, right. I forgot they were all scattered as babies. So they were raised as, well, not normal. Some may be more normal than others. Maybe if the Emperor raised them from babes, he would have been able to control that.
Millions of Psykers died instantly as their attuned
Millions? Holy! Damn, okay. Millions of Psykers died instantly.
minds were burned out or demons tore them apart. Warp storms consumed entire settlements, shockwaves flattened structures around the world. Having strictly outlawed Magnus's use of sorcery and refusing to believe that Horus, his most trusted son, would betray him, the Emperor concluded wrongly for the traitor to be Magnus and the Thousand Sons.
Oh no! He thought Magnus was a traitor? Oh no, Magnus was just trying his best. He made a big mistake, but he's not a traitor. Oh no!
This error would be yet another travesty of judgment among the many during this whole sorry period. The Emperor ordered Leman Russ and his Space Wolves to engage and destroy Magnus and the Thousand Sons.
What?
But Magnus, now defeated physically and mentally, cast out by his father, they were turned away from the Imperium and into traps to entice them into the darkness of chaos. Horus was all too aware that there were some Primarchs and Legions too loyalist to ever be persuaded away from the Imperium, such as the Imperial Fists, Ultramarines, Blood and Dark Angels. Horus would instead send these legions far away to the far reaches of the Empire on missions designed to keep them busy, while the traitors would descend on Earth to destroy the Imperium and, most critically, the Emperor himself. As we outlined earlier, there would now take place many events which would lead some further astray and for the Emperor to become more aware that something was extremely wrong in the Imperium.
His toys are breaking!
These can be covered in more detail later. Magnus of the Thousand Sons was, for the Emperor, as far as he was aware, a lone corruptor, distorted by his unlicensed use of the warp. This, of course, was sadly the extreme opposite of the actual situation, but the extreme destruction and loss of life on Earth after it had been contained, as well as the damage to the Emperor's ongoing Gateway project, would be enough to cloud his judgment. Horus, though, would now move up to expand upon the early seeds of betrayal in the following campaigns of the Isstvan system. Horus would order the virus bombing of Isstvan III, a planet that had declared itself separate from the Imperium.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Virus bombing. That sounds bad. That sounds like, was it genetic warfare? Is it genetic? Biological warfare. Big E told Russ to take Magnus into custody. Horus told Russ Big E wants him to kill Magnus and raise Prospero. Ooh. Poor Magnus. Oh man, this is making me like Magnus a lot. Feel bad for him. Feel bad for the guy. He just tried to do his best. He royally fucked up. and then he got chased away, possibly killed. Well, told to be killed, and he had to run and hide, and then I guess he got corrupted. Virus bombing is nasty. A lot of the traitor Primarchs are very tragic. I love tragedy. That's probably why I'm so chaos-brained.
Many loyalist Marines from traitor legions were actually planetside when Horus and the Orbital Navy performed exterminatus on the planet, killing all 12 billion inhabitants, including the Space Marines from multiple legions. Horus watched from orbit, declaring, let the galaxy burn.
Damn, Horus! Horus has some of the hardest lines in Warhammer. Like, I hate Horus. Well, do I hate him? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I kind of get it. But he has some of the best lines. You should probably hate Horus. He's kind of badass though, and I also kind of like get why he is the way he is. I don't think I hate him, but he's definitely not my favorite in any way, shape, or form. But I get it. What else I don't like him?
The virus bombs laid waste to the planet, devouring any organic material they encountered, disintegrating humans and seeping into the suits and armor of any Astartes.
Oh,
the
even the
storms of the
Astartes?
virus raged until the planet was nothing more than a barren desert. The few remaining loyalist space marines would eventually be butchered by their brothers until Horus ordered an orbital bombardment until nothing remained alive on the surface of Isfahan 3.
Wait, why did Horus do this? I think I yapped too much and I forgot about it. Why did Horus bomb this planet? Just because? 'Cause fuck him. Just to clean up loose ends. Oh my god. To purge the loyalist elements of the traitor legions. He's killing the loyalist members of his own legion. Holy. Oh, he's going full traitor now. He was being sneaky traitor before, but he's going full traitor now. Okay, I got it.
Enter Captain Garrow of the 7th Company Death Guard Legion. Nathaniel Garrow is one of my favourite heroes of the Horus Heresy, and perhaps all of the Warhammer 40,000 universe, namely because he was fundamentally responsible for saving the Imperium.
Oh?
His unwavering loyalty and strength of character, which apparently went beyond even some of the Primarchs. He is also a legendary character of the age because of what he would become later after the period of heresy, but again, that is another story. Garrow bore witness to the massacre on Isfahan 3.
Oh shit.
And was quick to understand the real horror, not only of this specific event, but what was happening at large. Realising that he would have to escape not only the fleet of the War Master, the sons of Horus, previously the Lunar Wolves, and the Emperor's children, but also his own legion. They would make a warp jump aboard an old fleet ship, the Eisenstein.
Garrow is a Giga Chad? He's the first Grey Knight? Oh, wait, is Garrow the one that his like mind is like such a bricked off like steel trap that he can like be and meditate in the warp and it doesn't affect him? Or is that someone else? Oh, that's Crow. Okay. Castellan Crow. I don't know who Garrow is then. He's a cool dude. He's just a cool dude who saw the treachery and was like, uh-oh, we got a problem here.
Without having time to chart its route or destination, this left them then marooned, as well as being subject to multiple attacks from the warp by the dark forces of chaos and the specific deity Nurgle, who had corrupted and mutated his own Death Guard legion. Despite all this, they survived and proceeded to detonate their ship's core in the vain hope of attracting a ship to come and rescue them.
Oh?
Luckily for the crew, they succeeded, and the vessel approaching turned out to be an Imperial Fist's Astartes barge containing none other than the Primarch Rogol Dawn.
Well, that's
himself.
lucky. Damn, that's lucky.
Trying to convince Dawn of Horus and the other legions' betrayal, though, was a near impossible task. The suggestion sent him into such a fit of rage, he nearly executed Garrow on the spot, and would have been doomed to failure were it not for the Remembrancers. The Remembrancers were an order of historians, journalists and civilians from Earth at the time who were sent along with the expedition.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's a historian, remembrancer. That's so funny.
Fleets of the Great Crusade. Their function was to chronicle deeds, events, and generally record the history so that we could then hold that for the future.
This guy looks like the guys from the Hunger Games in the Capitol. Like the rich, like posh elite class that are like, oh, I eat children for breakfast because I'm so rich. You know, he looks like those kind of people.
Imperium of Man. Remembrances were generally seen as very reliable sources of information, especially those who had psychic capabilities, if they were psychers, and could actually record information simply by visualizing that, by seeing it. And when Rogel Dawn could actually see the events that had unfolded, he had no choice but to accept them. Returning to Terra, Dawn would speak to the Emperor, and finally the betrayal and heresy would come into the light.
Oh, imagine being Rogel Dorn having that conversation with the Emperor. Like, that's the last thing you want to tell your daddy. Like, oh, he must have been sweating bullets. So, about your favorite son, I got something to tell you. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
Garrow, though, in immense frustration, despite all his efforts, was not able to speak to the Emperor himself, but was stationed on the lunar colony along with the remaining Loyalist Death Guard and Imperial Navy crew of the Eisenstein. The Imperial forces on Earth considered their presence too dangerous to allow them to roam freely. Horus Lupercal had now extinguished the last shreds of loyalty from the 3 legions under his command, who were now complete in their misguided transition to chaos. His next target in the campaign was Istvan V. Here, he would establish a command post and reinforce his position. The Emperor, now in a fit of despair and rage at the actions of Horus, commanded 7 legions of Astartes to attack and subdue the traitors, and subsequently return them to Terra to face their actions.
Ooh, dang, okay.
However, unbeknownst to the Emperor, at least half of these legions had already been deceived and strayed from loyalty to the Imperium.
Oh, shit! The Emperor doesn't know? Oh, man, that must have felt bad. He sent people who were actually traitors to go bring the traitors back, some of them. Damn, that sucks. Wow, he kind of looks like a fool right now.
They had not yet made their stance clear, but represented a dangerous deception to the Imperium. The first wave of attacks to Istvan V were carried out by the Loyalist legions, the Salamanders, the Raven Guard, and the Iron Hands. Horus had already been passed information of their landing sites, and this would cost them horrific losses at this initial contact. Worse would come though. The 4 remaining legions to attack were no longer loyal to the Imperium. The Night Lords, Wordbearers, Iron Warriors, and Alpha Legion descended to attack in a brutal combined assault, slaughtering the remnants of the 3 Imperial legions.
If you buy into some of the 5D chest fan theories, all of this was part of the Emperor's grand plan, and we still haven't seen the end game. I feel like that's more likely. I can't imagine the Emperor being totally oblivious to what's going on within the legions. But it's hard to say, because it could also be the Emperor was so, like, arrogant and complacent in his rule that he just couldn't consider betrayal. It's more interesting if the Emperor makes mistakes. I kind of like the all-powerful god is his own worst enemy because of his hubris. I like that. That seems like it would happen.
This event would be known from here on as the Istvan V Drop Site Massacre.
Ooh.
Things looked dark for the Imperium. The strongest legions were still tasked to the fringes of the galaxy, and there seemed little to stand between Horus.
Oh my god, so then do the Salamanders just get absolutely annihilated? What was it, Salamanders, Iron Fists, and someone else just got absolutely annihilated? That's rough.
And his now 7-strong fleet of Astartes
Raven
legions.
Guard.
Not to mention
Iron Hands.
the further forces of corrupted Imperial Navy, the victorious Dark Mechanicum, who were fighting the Schism of Mars, a civil war between factions on Mars loyal to the Imperium and Horus, and now successfully they had won their campaign there. The traitor legions on Horus would assault and destroy many loyal Imperial bastions as they travelled towards Terra, taking years to do so in the process. By now, the War Master had amassed a massive army comprising multiple groups including Titans, Astartes and advanced war gear, corrupted Imperial forces and even cultists from worlds who could spread discord and disrupt Imperial worlds through terrorism or cult activity. The Wordbearers especially revelled in this, often finding that their worlds, previously they converted to the divinity of the Emperor, were more than willing, within a fairly short space of time, to worship them again as gods or angels, and were a great asset to factor into their battle tactics and use where appropriate these expendable, gullible souls to support their forces.
That's just so true though. People are always looking for something to worship. Like, they conquered these worlds, made them worship the Emperor. Then we're like, actually, just kidding, you're not allowed to. And then they come back and they're like, actually, yes, worship us again. And they're like, okay, why not? And then they just use them in their war.
Fortunately for the Imperium, one thing was slowing down Horus and his legions: logistics. Despite acquiring a massive force, Horus found he was unable to move it efficiently around given the limitations of the warp vessels in his fleet, and this did buy the Loyalist side some time. There is one other unmentioned force Horus found available to him, that of the warp demons themselves. However, interestingly at this time, despite many Space Marine legions pledging themselves to Horus and to Chaos, they still viewed these creatures as dangerous warp phenomena and opposite to their principles. This shows that at the time it's believable that many of the Space Marines aligned to Horus were perhaps not entirely aware of what it was they were signing up for.
Not entirely aware what they're signing up for. They probably didn't know he was dealing with actual demons. It's a lot easier to convince someone of your religion when you can summon demons. That makes sense. They didn't read the fine print. They're like, yeah, fuck the Emperor, fuck that guy. And then they realize that they're like summoning chaos demons, and they're like, oh, wait a second. I didn't sign up for the demon part with, you know, with the chaos, the warp stuff. Is that part of my contract?
And had perceived this more as a political rebellion to impose a new order to the Imperium, rather than the truth of the matter, which was that they were in fact surrendering it to a true fall into a hellish reality and a foul darkness that later awaited them all. This would also be in part down to the previous decisions to instigate a rule of ignorance over such matters, meaning many Astartes warriors genuinely had no real knowledge of what chaos was or what it represented.
Oh, true.
Although it has to be said that this was rapidly changing and faster among some legions than others. Matters overall were made worse by the sheer amount of confusion reigning at this time. The warp had been disturbed, making warp travel again difficult. As outlined, this was both a positive and a negative for both sides concerned. It also made communication difficult, meaning some worlds could not be warned, and meant that many did not know the truth of the matter or who indeed they could trust. Rogel Dawn, Primarch of the Imperial Fists, had been stationed on Terra for some years now after his return with Nathaniel Garrow, and barely rested in his activities to prepare an insurmountable defence of Terra. However, his task was made all the more difficult by the warp storms which prevented ease of reinforcement as well as communication.
One of the beautiful ironies of the heresy is that the Death Guard Primarch Mortarion hates Psychers, and now his legion is corrupted by Nurgle. Oh man, that's tragic. Mortarion hates Psychers and now he is one. Oh man, that's tragic. Ew. And they didn't even really know what Chaos was fully. And then they joined Horus and got corrupted and became their worst fears. Ew.
In addition, Mars now failed to repel the Dark Mechanicum and had fallen to the War Master's forces, and as such had to be continually blockaded and prevented from launching its own attacks to Earth. As far as the Emperor, Malkador and Imperial Fists were concerned, the spearhead on Isfahan V had been a catastrophic failure. Other legions, such as the Ultramarines, were now completely isolated and out of contact, and so they could do nothing but watch the galaxy burn around them, as Horus himself had stated he would as he oversaw the virus bombing of Isfahan III. Despite this period often being documented as clear-cut, Death Guard against Blood Angels and so on, It was far more chaotic than this. Although battles and confrontations would occur, it was not as simple as the War Master declaring, X Legion is now under my command. A legion comprised thousands of Space Marines, and they would rarely be all stationed in one location at once. Consequently, this fragmentation meant many could return from stationing elsewhere to find to their horror the truth of the matter.
Oh my god, yeah, I guess. Imagine coming back to your legion and they've been corrupted and you're like, wait a second. I wasn't gone that long, guys. What's going on? That would suck. That would suck.
Previously, although Space Marines can often appear to be mechanical...
Walking in with the pizza says your brothers are demons now. Insert burning floor party meme here. Yeah. Oh my god. It's like Community. The meme. You walk into the room and everyone's just like demons now and you're like, hey guys, what's going on? The reverse also happens where part of Loyalist legions try to side with Horus. Damn, Loyalists from Traitor legions are such cool characters. That is a really cool dynamic.
Machines of war, they are just as complex as any human in their thoughts, decisions and moralities, hence why Horus saw it necessary to slaughter so many loyalists from the legions he would call his own on Isfahan III. This meant that many smaller groups of Marines, when returning to communication with their legion, would either meet a bloody fate at the hands of their brothers should they refuse to convert to the War Master's cause, or instead they would flee to form fragmented groups of rare Marines known as Black Shields.
Ooh, that's a cool name.
Now, just to diverge very quickly, Black Shields are a rare form of Astartes who have fully severed themselves from their parent legion or chapter. But
ooh, this is cool. This is cool. This is cool. Black Shields. These are they were like, heck no. That's what Titus was in the Death Watch. This is cool. They look so badass.
But who still remain loyal to the Imperium. In this early time, however, only some of the Marines would obscure their shoulder plates. Others would wear their Legion colours and heraldry, proudly believing themselves to be the purest warriors, uncorrupted by the darkness and the last remnants of their previous but now ruined glory.
What is this? What is this Space Marine faction from? With the like purple armor. It looks really nice. Emperor's Children? Dang, I love Emperor's Children a lot lately. Uncorrupted Emperor's Children. Fulgrim's Legion. Emperor's Children but less pink. It looks really nice pre-corruption. I like this aesthetic a lot.
Later in time, though, all these rogue Astartes would black out their armor to remain anonymous,
That's
as
cool.
their Legion loyalty became a deep shame and irrelevant to their personal missions.
So cool.
Black Shield Space Marines would later become the fabled Death Watch Marines, who dedicate themselves to endlessly battling Xenos using
Not cool. Not cool. Not cool. I like Xenos, but I mean, I like their they got that very special main character energy. Like they could be the main character in a book, you know. Deathwatch Marines are cool as fuck. What are you on about? They're cool. I don't really like that they kill Xenos.
Unorthodox methods and allying with fellow Black Shields whose prior Legion heritage is irrelevant and often best unspoken of. It is uncommon for the Black Shield to reveal more than bare details other than his name, basic training experiences, and so on. They fight in the name of the Imperium but remain in a state of self-imposed exile. The Death Watch Black Shield Marines would also fight in a manner divergent to normal Marines. They will willingly sacrifice themselves where necessary or take on objectives that others would consider a death sentence. In many ways, their lives seem to be a form of penance, carrying the shame and weight of sin thrown down by their legions upon their shoulders, but all the while remaining staunchly loyal to the Emperor.
Man, I love characters like this with super heavy, tragic backstories, and they feel weighted down by the actions of their brothers in arms. And they feel like they have to make up for it by becoming like super powerful warriors who are loyal to the Emperor. We love it. We love it. The Emo Legion? You're just an emo Stim? I love that. Like, they're just like filled with like guilt and like sorrow over what their brothers in arms have done, and they feel like they have to repent. And to do that, they go off on their own and make like a super cool Black Shield Legion. I think that's a great idea.
Horus continued his unending campaign of betrayal now in a bizarre parody of the Imperial Crusade. Each world over which the War Master's shadow fell, a simple choice was given: total submission and surrender, or total destruction and a lifetime of slavery, and ultimately a miserable death. This campaign was also certainly one of fear-mongering and compliance for sibling worlds in a given system. For any world marked for destruction and genocide was never fully extinguished in this manner. It would conveniently allow those survivors who had not simply lost their minds from witnessing the horrors unleashed by the Dark Astartes could convey their experience to other neighbouring worlds, and thereby assuring their near immediate surrender to the War Master's fleet. In this sense, these near total annihilation attacks on planets by the War Master were not true exterminatus as was seen on Isfahan 3, rather they were a clever and brutal propaganda tool to yet again demonstrate Horus's adept ability in the art of war he had perfected through the years of the Imperial Crusades.
Okay.
By now, some 9 of the 20 Space Marine legions were under the command of Horus. An interesting but specifically relevant aside to this is to mention the 2nd and 11th Space Marine legions.
Ooh.
They would have all records of their existence destroyed, and no history or explanation given as to their origin, actions, or fate. The complete and utter erasure of all records of the 2nd and 11th legions is considered by Imperial historians as the most successful edict of obliteration ever carried out. However, fragments of information do exist through quoted literature or documents, and it seems that these 2 legions' records were eradicated prior to the Horus Heresy. We have no way of knowing for sure what happened to the erased 2 legions, but it seems likely they were precursors to the events of the heresy.
Ooh, precursors to the event of the heresy. What's your theory on the missing legions, Stim? I feel like the missing legions were probably something like, I feel like it could either be like the Thunder Warriors, where they were like extremely loyal to the Emperor and did some horrible things, and then the Emperor obliterated them from everyone's minds so that they didn't know about it. It could be something like that. Or it could be, it could be something like they got knowledge, like the interacts. Of the warp and chaos, and like utilized that and became really advanced, and then the Emperor got scared of, maybe not scared. The Emperor got like a little, okay, you guys get a little too big for your boots here, and then he wiped them out too. It could be something like that, where they were like Magnus, if Magnus hadn't fucked up and got corrupted. Maybe? I feel like that could be a thing. Also, like for Horus, I wonder if there was like bickering between like the traitors and Horus about like why Horus gets to be in charge, you know? Do you think there could have been like a power grab to take control from Horus? Because I feel like if you're already revolting, like if you're already being traitors, like what's to stop them from being the traitor? Like why is Horus get to call the shots? None of the Primarchs seem to hate the 2nd and 11th Primarchs. They just get sad when they think about them. Oh. I'll have to think more about that. That was just like my off-the-cuff theory. I don't actually have a thought-out theory. There's hints that the Custodes keep one of the 2 Primarchs hidden. Ooh, that's cool. Because
the Primarch
Horus
of
was
the Space Wolves.
because Horus is empowered by 4 Chaos Gods. Yeah, but they didn't really know that. They knew that afterwards, but I think when they joined Horus, they just thought Horus was like, nah, the Emperor's mean. He's gonna fuck us over, so let's get him.
Leman Russ is recorded as stating that Space Marines had been previously tasked with fighting one another when speaking to Caspar Horsaw, who questioned him. The unprecedented, like Astartes fighting Astartes, like the rout being called to sanction another legion. That? No. That is not unprecedented.
Ooh.
This gives credence to the possibility that the Space Wolves are the Emperor's preferred execution legion, as they would be later tasked with the destruction of the Thousand Sons and Magnus the Red. Another quote stated that the wolves will be loosed again. This small fragment suggests it is not the first time they'd faced such a mission. Malkador the Sigillite and Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists would also shed some fragmented light on this history. Malkador would say, Horus has 3 of his brother legions with him. You have your fists and 13 others. Would that it were 15, mused Dawn. Do not even think it, my friend, warned Malkador. They are lost to us forever. I know.
They're talking about the 12th or 2nd and 11th legions here. Yeah, they do talk about it like they aren't bad, like they are loyalist. So I wonder what happened. Like, I know, like, the GW reason, like the above table reason, but that's interesting to see Malkador and Rogel Dorn talk about it.
Said Dawn. A conversation between Primarch Rogel Dawn and Malkador the Sigillite, and this leads us to speculate that a great darkness caused them to be lost prior to heresy.
Ooh, maybe lost in the
But
warp.
the most telling of all would be part of Horus's vision during his out-of-body experience on Davin, where he would have, among other delusions, a reminiscence back in time to the DNA laboratories of the Emperor. We know that the warp creatures had originally scattered the Primarchs, so it seems entirely likely that this vision was at least in part accurate. Horus would describe that. He stopped by the tank with 11 stenciled upon it.
Ooh.
The 11th Primarch, feeling the untapped glories that might have lain ahead for what grew within, but knowing that they would never come to pass.
Ooh, what?
This could suggest that Chaos wanted to demonstrate to Horus that he was not the first to be corrupted, and that where previously they had failed and subsequently were destroyed by the Emperor, he would succeed. These glimpses are interesting, but do beg the question, if such a fate had befallen the 2nd and 11th legions, why was the Emperor not more cautious to allow such darkness to encroach and infect his Astartes again?
That's what I'm saying.
On the other hand, perhaps it was precisely these earlier corruptions which led the Emperor to his course of outlawing knowledge of chaos, the old adage of what you don't know can't hurt you. Additionally, perhaps the fact that if indeed these 2 now erased legions were corrupted and then crushed by the Space Wolves, could this have lulled the Emperor into a false sense of security, believing any further corruptions to be also surmountable?
I doubt the 2 missing Primarchs went traitor. I don't think they did either. I think they were killed by the Emperor. Or hidden. Like, someone said, well, one of the Primarchs could be hidden. I think that's a cool theory. Maybe he has 2, maybe the Emperor had 2 Primarchs, or at least one of them, that he was like saving for later. Was that a theory? Like, now's not the time for them. Maybe they're like still training, or like they're saving them for later, and then this happened and the Emperor ended up on the throne, and now they're just like forever waiting. Like, maybe they'll make an appearance later. I don't know. Yeah, they need to cook longer. Like, this is like my backup plan, you know? He already did that with Alfarius. True. But this could be like another backup plan. I mean, the Emperor is like pretty famous for not having backup plans, it feels like, and he probably should. So maybe there's a legion that's like still cooking. Whatever they did was bad enough that all information of them was scoured from existence, worse than even the Chaos Legions. That's true. Maybe one of them attempted to assassinate the Emperor. And that would make the Emperor look weak, so they... But then they kept the horse stuff in there. I don't know. I have to read the books to get a better idea of what it could be.
We could speculate that the Chaos Gods perhaps even allowed these legions to be destroyed prior to the Horus Heresy so as to deliberately misdirect the Emperor into believing them to be weaker or less capable of force than they actually were. There is no definitive...
You won't find anything else in the books Luetin has said all there is? I want to think about this now. Oh, my tummy's growling. I want to think about this now. What could they have done? Oh, maybe one of... No, I was gonna say maybe one of the Primarchs got stronger than the Emperor. I feel like it has to do with using the warp somehow, you know? Like becoming a super good psyker and having control of it, and then that being like bad for the Emperor. Because he doesn't want people to know that you can use the warp, and you know, because that'll create a whole bunch of opportunities to be corrupted. I feel like it's something like that, like a super powerful psyker thing.
Answer. This is all supposition, but the possibilities and ramifications are particularly intriguing. Whatever the reasons for these prior events and the consequences they would carry, one thing was now certain. Horus's fleet seemed unstoppable as it approached Terra. Rogel Dawn and Malkador the Sigillite were receiving the fragmented survivors from the Isfahan 5 massacre at this time and begun to realise the grim reality of what they were facing. They hurriedly attempted to contact the Space Wolves and White Scars, who, as they were about to return to Terra, were now engaged by the traitors of the Alpha Legion. This made retreat difficult, but the White Scars were able to break free to return to Terra, with the Wolves vowing to follow them on once they had eradicated the Alpha Legion's force. The Ultramarines similarly had been engaged on the planet of Kalth against the Wordbearers. Robert Guilliman and the Ultramarines received reinforcements from their vast legion to form one of the greatest forces in the Imperium now left standing, and they would repel the shattered Wordbearers and set course for Terra after receiving their communication from Malkador. However, Guilliman realised all too well they would likely arrive too late to make a significant difference, as had been Horus's original intention on posting them as far from Earth as was possible without it raising suspicion. Now the race was really on, as nearly all the Space Marine legions, loyalist and traitor alike, headed for Holy Terror to determine the final battle for supremacy of the galaxy.
The final battle!
Despite all their best efforts, only the White Scars, Blood Angels and Imperial Fists were able to reach Terra before the traitor legions arrived. The loyalists...
Oh! Uh-oh, only 3 of them got there in time? That's not good.
Were also supported with 3 Mechanicus Titan legions and millions of Imperial Guard soldiers. Their objective was less to defeat the traitors. That task was not in anybody's mind. Their sole task was simple and twofold. They must protect the Emperor at all costs, and they must survive long enough for reinforcements from the remaining loyalist legions who were still en route to Terra.
The Battle of Terra. I mean, that's smart if Horus knew they wouldn't all be back in time. Like that, Horus was the battle master, was he not? So he should have been the tactician. So he makes sense he would plan things that way. Ultramarines never got the chance to fight. He did it while they were gone.
The Battle of Terra began as expected, with mass orbital bombardments from both the surface to orbit and vice versa. Luna, the Imperial Naval Station, also launched massive attacks with its huge orbital defense system, which sustained the traitors with heavy losses, but sadly not heavy enough to make any significant impact. Horus would destroy first the lunar defenses and then the ground defense systems on Earth. It was now open to attack. The first drop pods landed on Terra, carrying the corrupted hellish Chaos Marines who battled the Loyalists for every step of ground they took. In securing the docking ports planetside, the traitors were able to reinforce with thousands more Marines along with the corrupted Dark Mechanicum Titans. Cultists also practiced their invocations, which brought demons large and small out from the warp and into reality, unleashing their horrors on the Loyalists, both Astartes and Imperial Guard alike.
It's your boy, demons! Calth was what made them reinstate the Librarians in the Legion. Psykers were so effective against demons when conventional weapons and tactics weren't, so they couldn't afford not to use them. That makes sense. It's like having a weapon, like you're tying your own hands because you're scared of what your hands might do. Does that make sense? Like, we could definitely defeat these demons with Psykers, but I'm scared what bad things will happen, so we're just not. I think Chaos Marines make for a decent warning, an opponent to rally against. If the two missing Primarchs were pacifists or in leagues with Xenos, successfully living alongside them, that would be a giant no-no for this. Oh my god, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, what if the other two Primarchs were living with Xenos or like pacifists? And that's why they got obliterated from your mind. I didn't even think of that. That's smart. Interesting. To be fair, the bad thing that can happen is more demons. True. More demons.
Alike. The forces of chaos assaulted the Imperial Palace relentlessly, some being led on by the Primarch, now turned demon Prince Angron of the World Eaters.
Yeah, Angron.
But each time they attacked, the Blood Angels led by their Primarch Sanguinius would repel them. The White Scars Legion attempted to draw the Dark Forces away from the palace, but each time would be forced into submission, retreating back into the relative shelter of the palaces. Horus, frustrated at this point, and all too aware he was running out of time, ordered one of the Titan legions to demolish entire sections of the Imperial Wall. Despite grievous losses, the Titans, led by the infamous Imperator-class battle titan Disarray, smashed breaches in the Imperial Palace's defences, which the traitors then flooded through. Jakati Khan, Primarch of the White Scars, decided at this time on a change in tactic. Instead of trying to repel the seemingly endless forces of Chaos Marines, he swept a lightning raid to the Lion's Gate spaceport, catching the traitors at the port completely off guard. They were able to secure it quickly and reactivate the orbital defences, which began immediately destroying all descending traitor drop pods and landing transports.
Like a strike force.
In a single action, they had cut the reinforcements of the traitors in half and dealt a substantial blow. They also tried to secure the second main port known as the Eternity Wall, but were unsuccessful as the Chaos Forces had now reinforced their positions. The battle at the main palace was not going well now either, and the Loyalists had been pushed back to the Eternity Gate, the sole point of entry into the inner sanctum of the Imperial Palace. The Marines, the Blood Angels and Imperial Fists were to hold back the attacking Chaos Forces, while the remaining Loyalists made it through the gate to safety. Sanguinius, the Blood Angels Primarch, would now face a terrifying prospect as he flew against a greater demon of Khorne, clashing together head-on as they battled in the air, flying above.
That's cool. Aerial battle between a greater demon and Angel Boy Sanguinius. That's hella cool.
The mortal forces in a ferocious and blurring battle of godlike ability. Sanguinius would ultimately be victorious, breaking the demonic creature and throwing its shattered body to the howling heretics below. The Warp Gate project the Emperor had secretly been working on resided in this chamber, and it now risked becoming their undoing. Initially, it required only a small portion of the Emperor's psychic attention, but after the damage wrought by Magnus of the Thousand Suns in attempting to reach the Emperor, it subsequently was damaged so badly that it required a significantly higher proportion of the Emperor's powers to keep it closed. Combined with the fact that the forces of Chaos were fighting to use this portal, it became an immense burden to maintain it safely. The Emperor now called on Malcador the Sigillite, informing him that he was required to take his place on the psychic amplifier known as the Golden Throne. This provided the psychic shielding needed.
Whoa, this is when Emperor's like, all right, I guess I gotta get up. Okay. It's getting juicy. It's getting juicy. This is when the Emperor's like, I guess I gotta get involved here. Malcador, hold my beer.
needed to protect the new human-built sections of the webway, which had been the Emperor's secret project and was intended to be the final gift to humanity before the Horus Heresy had begun. The Emperor's original choice of his replacement on the artifact had been Magnus the Red, but now Malcador was the only legitimate successor, being one of the few human remaining psykers with enough strength to carry out the duty. In the final days of the siege, the Emperor ordered Malcador to summon 12 men of character, skill, and determination. These would be tested and trained to become an elite group of investigators intended to root out treachery across the Imperium.
Ooh, is this Inquisitors? Was Malcador the person who selected the first Inquisitors?
And in the centuries to come, to prevent any event like the Horus Heresy from occurring again.
Cool!
This would become the earliest stirrings of the Inquisition, and also later the highly secretive chapter known as the Grey Knights.
Oh,
the
Grey Knights!
also
okay.
told Malcador to steel himself, as he would need to prepare to make an unbearable sacrifice.
07 Malcador.
Malcador would return from his mission to recruit the foundation of the Inquisition. Using his powerful psychic subterfuge, Malcador and his new recruits were able to pass unscathed through the battle lines and come before the Emperor within the inner gates of the Imperial Palace.
Wait, sorry. I just had a tangent thought. What if one... Okay, so, like, you know, this was all happening under the radar, right? The Emperor, or Malcador was getting the Inquisitors and working on the Grey Knights. This was all, like, happening in the background. It was, like, the Emperor's... not backup plan, but like little CIA operation. What if hear me out, what if number 2 and number 11, what if one of them is like an actual, like Alfarius is like the, you know, like CIA, like sneaky, you never know what's going on with them. But what if one of those is like obliterated from your memory because they're like a secret CIA force that's like working in the background. You never know, right? Maybe Alfarius is like the one that takes the hit as the secret faction. But what if there's an actual secret faction that everyone thought died and it was a huge cover up, but they're actually working in the background doing the Emperor's work? Maybe?
Malcador brought before the Emperor his 12 men to be judged for their suitability. And the Emperor saw that Malcador had chosen wisely. Of the 12, 4 were mortal lords and administrators of the Imperium, possessing an inquisitive nature and unyielding strength of mind. The other 8 were space marines, whose abilities were as peerless as their dedication to the Emperor. Some
huffing the copium so hard, I love it. I'm just saying, maybe they're not actually dead. Maybe they're working secret, and there's a huge cover-up conspiracy.
Marines were from legions that had abandoned the Emperor in favour of Horus's dark promises, but these battle brothers had never lost their staunch loyalty and had fought the heresy from within in many ways, and they were the truest expression of the Imperium and carried an even stronger will than their Lord Primarchs. Malcador the Sigillite ascended to the Golden Throne,
Your comments.
replacing the Emperor who stood before his loyal captains, Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists and Sanguinius of the Blood Angels. Malcador could no longer physically speak, his mind consumed by the concentration he had to bring to bear in order to control the tempest of psychic forces consuming him.
So Malcador knew that the throne would kill him, right? I guess that's why it's a self-sacrifice. Yeah. Ugh. Malcador's really cool. He's a cool character from what I've read so far.
The Emperor directed the attention of the 2 Primarchs, the demigods of mankind, to look upon this mere mortal. Malcador, a powerful psyker, but not an Astartes, not a Primarch, just a man. The Emperor declared to them, "Behold, the greatest sacrifice of our age. Malcador the Sigillite is no more. Henceforth he shall always and only ever be Malcador the hero."
Oh, nice! That's
Malcador
cool.
would only be able to withstand the psychic assault on him for a few hours. Powerful as he was but a fraction of the power of the Emperor, and his body, mind and soul would be consumed in a matter of hours. Malkador the Sigillite was a true hero of humanity, saving it from total destruction on numerous occasions, ultimately sacrificing himself for the will of his friend, the Emperor. After 55 days, the Siege of Terra had kept the enemy at the gates, but only just. Both sides knew the defeat of the Imperium was near, and all that was required was the defence or destruction of the Eternity Gate. Horus, knowing this, and that he must complete the siege before the arrival of the Loyalist reinforcements from the other Space Marine legions, prepared to teleport to the surface from his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, to lead this final assault in person.
Ooh.
The Wordbearer's first chaplain and prime traitor Erebus broke the news to Horus that their demonic allies in the Warp had informed them the Dark Angels and Spacewolf legions were now nearing Terra, and the vast force of Ultramarines were only a short distance away by now. Hearing this news, Horus despaired. All seemed lost. He needed more time to break the most secure enclave of the Imperial Palace, and the massive Imperial reinforcements were only hours away. Horus decided on a dangerous gamble. Dropping the shields of his flagship, he opened the gateway for the Loyalists to board his vessel.
Oh?
The Emperor would not waste this opportunity and teleported aboard the Vengeful Spirit with his elite personal guard, the Legio Custodes.
Oh my god, this happened on Horus's ship? Oh shit. He basically baited the Emperor onto his ship, like, come fight me, bro. Damn, that's kind of cool.
The Primarchs Sanguinius and Rogel Dawn, several companies of Imperial Fists and Blood Angels, veteran Marines in the assault. Finding themselves though scattered now throughout the ship, they
1v1 me. He literally told the Emperor 1v1 me. Bet. Pistols only. You won't.
They fought a series of close-quarter battles against hardened Chaos Marines to reach the bridge of the ship and Horus. Sanguinius, the Blood Angel's Primarch, reached his brother Horus first,
oh no.
and the War Master attempted to turn his previously oldest and closest friend among the other Primarchs to Chaos one last time. When Sanguinius refused to be corrupted, Horus attacked. Wounded from his many battles on Terra and the battle with the Greater Demon, Sanguinius proved to be easily no match for Horus, who was now at the peak of his demonic power, bearing multiple marks of chaos. Horus strangled to death the angel with cruel ease.
He strangled him to death?
An alternate version.
Wait, I thought Horus killed him by accident. He meant to kill Sanguinius? Oh no, '07 Languinius. Linguinius. Sanguinius had no health bar at this point. Yo, he's just been fighting this whole battle. Yeah, he was been fighting this whole time. Horus had been sitting on his ship all pretty. I thought it was like very dramatic, like cutting him in half or something, but he just strangled him to death? That's cold. Korn wanted the Blood Angels but had to do the world. Wow, I cannot talk. Mama B, poor Linguinius. I'm sorry, I think of that every time. Okay, well that sucks. Sanguinius might go for real, for real. His legion would soon suffer from the red pasta sauce thirst. Oh no, I'm sorry for ruining Sanguinius for you. I love him too. He's a beautiful boy. He deserved better. Linguinius, the second Primarch, he was really annoying about pasta, so the big E wiped him.
Version of this event recorded in the Imperial records has Sanguinius cutting a small hole in Horus's Terminator armor before he died. This chink in the armor would aid in the Emperor's battle against Horus. When the Emperor entered the bridge, he saw...
This art goes hard. Wait, why does Horus look so much bigger than the... Oh, because he's climbing up. He's climbing up the stairs, I think. This art goes hard. This is amazing. I just want to look at this art for a second. It's so intricate. Look at Horus. He's got so many faces on him. Big E is kneeling. Oh, he's kneeling. Why would he kneel? This is the most iconic art. Why does Sanguinius have the, like, red chaos eyes on him? I thought that was, like, for Horus because he was corrupted. It's like the Last Supper of 40k. Oh, those are not chaos eyes? He had them before? Oh, it seems like synonymous with, like, treachery at this point. But it's actually ancient symbology. It's not eyes, it's the blood angel sigil. A drop of blood on a red background. Oh. It looks the same as the eyes Horus has on him. Those are jewels from his home world of Baal. It looks like the Horus eyes, but it's a drop of blood. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Sanguinius's symbol is just a red background with a black drop of blood on it, and it looks exactly the same as Horus's eyes in this picture. I got it. It's different, though. It's different. Okay. I get it.
Saw the winged corpse of the angelic Sanguinius lying at Horus's feet. Horus engaged the Emperor, calling him foolish for refusing the power that Chaos offered. Horus proclaimed that if the Emperor would kneel before him, he would spare his life. The Emperor knew well the ancient trap that had snared Horus, and the Emperor told the corrupted Primarch that he was the deluded slave of Chaos, not its master, for no mortal could ever truly claim to be more than a simple pawn of the ruinous powers. Snarling with frustration, Horus hurled bolts of demonic lightning at the Emperor, who nullified them before they touched him.
Damn!
The Emperor and Horus would engage one another in the throne room of the massive battle barge, a combat of both physical skill and psychic force in nature. The Emperor was unquestionably the most skilled and powerful warrior, but his love for his sons could not bring himself to bear his full strength against Horus, his first son.
Oh.
The Emperor would deflect multiple barrages with his lightning claw, but Horus was possessed, relentless, and sliced open the Emperor's chest armor. He then proceeded to sever the tendons in the right wrist, disarming the Emperor. An enraged psychic blast from the War Master seared the flesh from the Emperor's face, destroying one of his eyes, tearing the broken Emperor's right arm from his socket. Horus raised his father.
What? Horus did all that? He tore his arm from the socket. He melted his face. He cut the tendons on his wrist. He cut his chest open. Yeah, they threw hands pretty hard. I guess the Emperor just didn't want to go, like, full force because he still loved him, so he's holding himself back. Wow, that's crazy that Horus could do that much, though. Horus drinking that chaos juice. I know, I guess, yeah, he is, like, super chaos fueled, but I guess I feel like the Emperor was he was holding back because it's his son still.
This broken ragdoll body high over his head to throw him down, breaking his body. The vicious and casual brutality of the Warmaster's act galvanized the now broken Emperor as he awoke to what awaited mankind under the rule of Horus and the Chaos Gods. Realizing at last that his favored son was wholly lost to the corruption of Chaos, the Emperor gathered his full psychic power, bringing it through his body and into the Immaterium, unleashing a lance of pure energy that pierced the gloating Horus's psychic defenses.
Damn!
The Emperor, in a white-hot rage, pierced his very being with psychic power. Before Horus died, the Chaos powers would abandon him. And as he looked his father in the eye, shedding a single tear, realizing his unforgivable betrayal, begging his father to forgive him. The Emperor saw regret in his fallen son's eyes, but the Emperor also knew that the Dark Gods could attempt to possess Horus again, and that this time he would not be there to stop them if they did. Forcing all compassion from his mind for the sake of humanity, the Emperor tore his soul apart, not banishing or casting it to some dark realm, but erasing it from reality, destroying Horus utterly. His essence burned from existence in both the physical world and the Immaterium, so that Chaos could not resurrect Horus,
Whoa!
their claim on his soul a bitter blow to the Dark Gods, who would scream a terrible psychic scream in their rage and frustration. The destruction of Horus's soul sent a psychic shockwave surging across the solar system, casting the demons of Chaos back into the warp, and spreading a mass panic among the traitor legions.
Holy shit, bro got erased. He actually got ripped from reality and deleted. That's nuts. Control Alt deleted. Horus got Thanos snapped basically. Wow, he just doesn't exist anymore. It's like he never existed. That kind of power is insane. That is sad though. He probably would have saved him at the end, or spared him at the end, if he wasn't worried that he'd get corrupted again. Which, fair enough. I mean, I would have done the same thing. No loose ends, right? You don't want to tempt corruption again and have to deal with this again and have another son probably die again, so... If you think about it, it's kind of a mercy. Stim doing this to logs after he gets too annoying. Forgot to say how Big E almost became a chaos god in that fight, but decided that's probably bad. Oh, I guess he could have taken on more chaos energy and became godlike. They changed the fight quite a lot since in the Siege of Terra, but same outcome. Oh, interesting. This is outdated. Okay.
And other traitor forces on the surface of Terra, who felt in fractions of seconds the weakening power and loss of the chaos mark upon them. It became clear to the traitors their leader had been defeated. In this moment, a terrible berserker fury, later to become known as the Black Rage, encompassed the Blood Angels. From the moment of their Primarch Sanguinius' death, they went out surging forth to scatter the attackers, slashing in all directions, howling vengeance upon them. The already retreating traitor legions ran for their lives, screaming in terror from the frenzied Blood Angels.
That would be terrifying! Like, you guys are fighting, it's bad, it sucks. And then all of a sudden they just go into like a berserker blood rage when Sanguinius dies. Oh my god, and they just chase him away? Holy, that's scary.
A screaming retreat soon turned to an apocalyptic bloodbath. Thousands upon thousands of Chaos Space Marines, as well as the Chaos Titans, fell, attempting to flee. Any who fell behind were obliterated by the Blood Angels. Many of them would be later found still wandering around in an insane rage, smashing the broken Chaos Space Marines to pieces with apparently little conscience, thought or control. The ground before the Imperial Palaces was now awash with blood of traitors and heretics.
That's a lot of blood.
The Imperial Fist's Primarch Rogel Dawn finally found his way to the corrupted starship's bridge, only to discover his brother Sanguinius and the shattered and broken body of the Emperor, who was now, despite his near immortal powers, on the very real verge of death. His remaining psychic energy spent in the defense of the Golden Throne and subsequent battle with Horus. The Emperor whispered instructions to Dawn, ordering him to transport him to the device known as the Golden Throne in the inner sanctum of the Imperial Palace. If there was any chance to save the Emperor's life, Dawn would of course do so, without question. Returning to the Golden Throne Room deep in the Imperial Palace, Dawn and the frail body of the Emperor arrived just as Malkador was beginning to fail. His body had been consumed by the immeasurably powerful psychic storms that were now visibly lashing his body.
I wonder what happens if no one sits on the throne. Like is the throne like a conductor? Like, what would happen? It would just go crazy? Demons invade. Oh, okay. It's like a direct link to the warp? Is that right? So you have to be a super powerful psyker to control it? No warp travel for Space Marines, no defense against chaos. It would just be all hell breaks loose. I see.
As the tech priests hastily adapted the throne to be able to support the Emperor, Malcador was disconnected. Within minutes of this, though, his husk of a body would turn to dust, blowing across the stone floor.
Literal
Not
dust?
before he reached out with the very last of his life energy and transferred it to the Emperor, giving him that last injection of power needed to survive for the moments until he could be transferred to the Golden Throne. This last act of Malcador was another blessing from the Sigillite, as the Imperial attendants would come to the realization that they could do this many times over, and so began the almost endless task of locating and bringing Psykers to Holy Terra to have the honor of being...
Oh, I just realized why his arm is hanging there. It's because Horus tore his arm off. So they like reconnected it with like wires or something. It happened once the Golden Throne failed a bit and the Custodies, Grey Knights, and Sisters of Silence had a secret war in the Webway to close it up. Whoa, that is really cool. That's really cool.
Being sacrificed and transferred their energy to the Emperor to keep his spirit alive and also to keep the door of the raging Imperial Webway shut. This last energy from Malcador would allow the Emperor to speak his final commands, to continue the fight to free humanity from the forces of chaos as well as the ignorance that continued to assail it. With these final words, he would be silent, his body now entombed within the mechanisms of the Golden Throne, his body shattered but his spirit remaining forever strong. He would command the Imperium through his psychic hints and emanations, interpreted and carried out by the High Lords of Terror.
What? Interpreted by the High Lords of Terror? Does that mean the High Lords of Terror just make up whatever they want to say and be like, yeah, the Emperor told us? Believe me, bro, the Emperor told me, so that's why. Because I said so. Because the Emperor said so, actually. Yeah.
Far from a broken shell, the Emperor would continue to support the Imperium, protecting them by shielding the Webway, keeping the beacon of light, the Astronomicon used by Imperial navigators, shining in the darkness, and some say the Emperor still now battles the forces of chaos on their own plane of existence, keeping the worst and most insidious demons from entering the material world or infecting the minds of suggestible men. Humanity had survived the darkest time, but at what cost? Hundreds of worlds stood destroyed or still now infected by the insanity of chaos. Half the Imperial forces had turned traitor and now began to retreat into the dark depths of the galaxy or the Eye of Terror itself. Many previously prosperous worlds were now considered unsavable, and consequently Imperial fleets would arrive to perform exterminatus on these damned worlds, destroying all life on the planet, reducing it to an orbiting rock.
Wow.
The Imperium itself, despite the Emperor's best wishes, would struggle to maintain the sense of bright order once enjoyed during the Crusades. Now it would enter a difficult period, in many ways not too far removed from the 21st century, where states of repression and ignorance were often widespread and caused many of the problems they would face. The Imperium operated on a new level of suppression of its citizens, and in many ways it's...
What is happening here? Is this like... It's like a human pet? Oh, it doesn't look human. Was this like a... Would this be like a servitor? Who's like being controlled? Oh, it is a servitor! Oh! Administratum stuff. It'd just be a Tuesday? Oh my god. He's like just taking my servitor out for his daily walk.
It's hard to really find fault with this rationale. Given the severe blow to their military power, the Lords of Terror and remaining Primarchs needed to hold everything together amidst a crumbling empire. A still angry and battling traitor force who were still present throughout the galaxy and Imperial systems. Worse still, was that the Xenos forces such as the Orc, Eldar, and later Tyranids would seize on this opportunity to exploit humanity in its weakened state.
Damn, okay, I kind of feel bad for humankind. I'm not really a loyalist by any means, but like, they gone through some shit. They have really bad timing with a lot of stuff. You know? We tried our best. You know, they have bad timing because right when they were at their peak of like pinnacle technology, that's when the warp went to shit and Slaanesh was born and everything fell apart. Humans in 40K were kind of set up to fail. Yeah, exactly. We were right at our peak pinnacle thing, and then everything went to shit. And then like we were building back up. We were doing great. Everything was getting better again. And then all of a sudden the Horus Heresy happens, and then it all goes to shit again. And now the Tyranids are here. So it's like, man, we can't catch a break, can we? Every race had a peak, then got pushed into the dirt. Remember, this is all because the Necrons thought they could beat the old ones. Hey. We don't tolerate Necron slander in this chat. The Necrons, they did that. With the help of the Catan, but they did it. Hashtag not on my lawn.
And would descend to ravage Imperial worlds that were unable to be successfully defended during this time. Despite all this, the Imperium of Man would stand strong, and whilst far from the perfect empire the Emperor had sought to create, it would still represent humanity's best hope for survival. They were not cut off and isolated as they had been during the Age of Strife, and in some respects would regain much of their strength in the coming 10,000 years.
Ooh, okay, there's another chapter after this. I thought we were ending on the Horus Heresy. What's after this? The Great Scouring and Reformation. Okay, we have about, 20 minutes left? Not bad. So this is what happened after the Emperor was put on the throne and on the Horus Heresy. All right. The Great Scouring is where most of the Primarchs died off.
Now at the end of the Horus Heresy, the Imperium of Man was far from what you would call secure, but it had taken back control of the offensive and the traitor legions. These were now fleeing with gathering haste from the territories of mankind. The primary source of strength for the Imperium now lay with the Ultramarines Legion. They were in a relatively unique position of having unintentionally suffered very little damage from the heresy, being ordered to a posting far from the activities of Horus and his traitor fleet.
Oh yeah, the Ultramarines are like, we're kind of fine. We missed all the bad stuff. We're just gonna come in at the end and clean it up, I guess.
Arriving too late to have any real impact on the final battles of Terra, Rowboat Guilliman found to his horror and frustration that the Emperor had already been wounded beyond repair and uncountable swathes of Marines killed in defense of the Imperial palaces.
They have like a survivor's guilt. Because they should have been there! They had one job to protect mankind and the Emperor, and they failed. They weren't there.
Legions had suffered immense casualties, be it on Isfahan, Terra, or any of the myriad engagements between, and that is to speak nothing of the appalling losses suffered by the millions of Imperial Guard and Mechanicum, in addition to the many worlds that were totally lost or also destroyed at this point. One saving grace for the Imperium was that the Ultramarines had been excluded from the campaign due to their significantly larger size than most other legions. Horus feared the Ultramarines especially, as they were some of the most tactically able, the most uncorruptible, and most importantly, their overwhelming weight of numbers. Many legions in the time of the Crusade recruited from the territories that they marshalled. The Ultramarines, through sheer fortune, had gathered a force of somewhere in the region of 250,000 Space Marines.
Wow.
Compared to a more average 100,000 of the other strongest legions in this period. Although size could vary from anything like 50 to 150,000, the size of a legion was determined often by external factors, and there were no strict rules about its limitations. It was more a case of the number of incoming new recruits, the inevitable battle losses, the availability of potential recruits, and the administrative skills of the Primarch and his officers. Guilliman was a great organizer and always pragmatic in his approach. Also, by coincidence, the system in which the Ultramarines were situated happened to have an especially plentiful supply of suitable new recruits.
Damn, that guy has so many abs. Like, look at them. They're even under armor, and I know he has so many abs. I just can't get over it. He's like a Greek god. They don't respond to their guilt in healthy ways. I don't think anything does in Warhammer 40k. What is healthy?
Recruits who were excellent stock for genetic adaptation into Astartes. The size of the Ultramarines was particularly important at this time, as the traitor legions had themselves suffered massive losses and were now without their primary leader, Horus. Disorganized, fearful, and in some cases overcome with guilt and regret. This disorganization enabled Guilliman to capitalize on the situation, spreading his Ultramarine force far and wide across the Imperium, enabling the other loyalist legions to consolidate their forces and in some cases restock from any new recruits who were already in the program of conversion to full Astartes. They were speeded through their training. The traitors, on the other hand, had little opportunity for this, as the Ultramarines would block any attempt they would make to try and secure supplies or new recruits for their damaged legions. Not to mention being continually harassed and assaulted by the Blackguard Death Watch, fighting now with renewed vigour.
Yeah, I guess.
Some sought supreme vengeance, for as they saw it, the destruction of their once proud legions, and moreover, the beloved Emperor himself. They wasted no time in immediately executing any corrupted traitors they found.
Damn! The Death Guard was on it. They were like, we're not resting. We're killing anybody that's left over.
And would assist planets in crushing human cultists where they sprang forth. The newly established Inquisition at the command of the Emperor prior to his battle with Horus enabled the Imperium to have a fully established force to keep a watchful eye over any signs of taint of chaos with the same caution and paranoia that the Interrex civilization had approached it with many years during the negotiations of Horus and the Lunar Wolves. This Inquisition would later be supported by the Grey Knights. The Grey Knights are a highly secretive wing of the Imperial Space Marine forces dedicated to the sole task of locating and eliminating the taint of dark corruption and battling the Imperium's most lethal and foul enemies.
I really like the Grey Knights. Even though I love Chaos and Xenos races, I really like the Grey Knights. I think they're cool. They kind of remind me of like paladins, but they're not like divine. I don't know if the paladin is the right word. Like, they're like clerics that aren't divine. I would like the Grey Knights other than the Scorched Earth policy. Psychic paladins. Yeah, you know what I mean. Oh, they have paladin units. Okay. I think they're great. I like how they have to like be super disciplined to resist the warp and chaos. I think they're cool. They have a cool aesthetic too. They're all like gray and like silvery and shiny. They get a lot of hate. Why? I think they're cool. I like that they were born from the Horus Heresy stuff too. Now it's their job to like police the chaos. They need model updates. Oh, I don't know what their models look like, but they look cool in art.
This period now would become known as the Great Scouring, and the Ultramarines, along with the other recovering loyalist legions, would carry out the Emperor's last passing words to the letter.
The Grey Knights are stoic and mighty, but they have a bad habit of killing anyone who's seen them, loyal or not. They have a Scorched Earth policy. They learned it from Papa Eve. Leave no loose ends. Leave no witnesses. I kind of respect that, to be honest.
Although many traitor marines fled in disarray, it became apparent in the years to come that some had established defensive bastions on distant worlds. It would take decades to cause enough damage to the legions of the Night Lords, the Alpha Legion and the Iron Warriors before they too would retreat to the abhorrent safety of the Eye of Terror. After this period of cleansing, the Imperium needed to take stock of its situation and plan for the future. This period would be referred to as the Reformation. The Dark Forces had for the most part been vanquished, but the problem facing the Loyalists now was how to proceed. A plan was required before they could attend the task at hand, namely rebuilding, expanding and protecting the Imperial Empire. Roboute had firmly taken a leading command in these matters, and it would be he who provided the blueprints for the Imperial forces for the next 10 millennia. As Roboute saw it, the main cause of the heresy was less emotional than some of his brothers would have you believe.
What?
Mankind would always be unstable, and this instability needed to be accounted for. Therefore, placing a legion of Space Marines in the hands of one man, no matter how godlike that man was, could inevitably lead to problems. The War Master had been able to command many legions, each comprising hundreds of thousands of superhuman warriors. Guilliman saw that this was a dangerous position to allow anyone other than the Emperor himself to hold, knowing the truth now that Primarchs were just as susceptible to persuasion as a mortal human.
That makes sense.
It would be irresponsible to allow the existing structure of the Astartes legions to continue. Guilliman would now separate the establishments of the Imperial military, creating and encouraging rivalries between them. In so doing, he hoped this would mean that they were less likely to be persuaded by one another should heresy occur again.
So he's like breaking them up because he doesn't want someone to get too powerful, basically. He's like, well, one guy being in charge of all this might be a bad idea. Maybe we should break it up so they're not as unified. It's not as easy for them to band together and overthrow again.
Make it far more difficult for any one section to mobilize and carry out a significant campaign before it could be crushed.
That makes sense.
Prior to the end of the heresy, the Imperium had been overseen by the Council of Terror. These individuals managed the day-to-day running of the Imperium, but had been resented by the Primarchs for being mere mortals, as they were refused from partaking in these activities themselves. As the Emperor had instructed Malcador to find a new group of highly trusted, loyal and mentally strong individuals, some of these figures would now replace the Council of Terror to take their place as the High Lords of Terror.
Ooh.
These figures would rule the Empire of Man for the many thousand of years to come. The High Lords would use the psychic whispers of the Emperor and interpret these to carry out his will and all.
Keyword there. Interpret. They will hear the whispers and interpret how they see fit. I know you guys were saying there's like tarot cards, or not tarot cards, Emperor Tarot, where you can like play a game to figure out what the Emperor is saying, maybe? The Emperor's Tarot? All these guys are old gramps shitting themselves in the Emperor text-to-speech.
Organize and manage the Imperium. The most significant change was also the most obvious. The Space Marine legions had clearly caused the majority of the damage, and it was their immense size that was the root of the problem. And so Reboot Guilliman would enact the second founding of the Space Marines. 7 years after the death of Horus and the final traitors had largely fled from the systems of the Imperium, the remaining loyalist legions would now be divided up from their hundreds of thousands of Marines into smaller 1,000 men strong chapters. The Legiones Astartes would now be known as the Adeptus Astartes.
Okay.
It was not a universally agreed plan though. Rogor Dorn and Leman Russ would object strongly to their beloved legions being essentially disbanded.
Oh.
But Khan and Korax of the White Scars and Raven Guard would side with Guilliman. The newly appointed High Lords of Terror also concurred with Guilliman that it was necessary to change to the system, and so this resolution would pass. Guilliman would also, in addition to these overall organisational changes, implement a new code of conduct for the Space Marines to follow, his fabled Codex Astartes. This laid out the rules and guidelines on proper organisation.
They didn't have that before? They didn't have a codex before on how Astartes should handle themselves? What? Or is it just a new one? I feel like they should have had that before.
Tactics and order of battle for a Space Marine chapter. It also laid down strict rules to avoid the dangerous orders that came to pass during the heresy, such as the Divinian Lodge practice.
They did their own thing before? Oh, I feel like they should have like a Codex Astartes is the rule book of tactics Guilliman wrote. The Primarchs got to decide how to follow the Emperor's orders before. Oh. That seems, I guess. It's like, this is going to be a jump, but it's like federal and provincial levels of government. Before this is a Canadian thing, but before the Primarchs could do whatever they want, but now there's like a federal law. And now there's a baseline that everybody has to do this.
Which Horus enabled and subsequently would lay the seeds of betrayal within the legions. Needless to say, this is strictly illegal within the modern Astartes chapters. The Codex for many other chapters of Marines was a helpful guide on structure and practice, but for the Ultramarines, it represented the gospel word as laid down by their Primarch, and it would soon become a sacred tome for the Ultramarines, who would follow it as a strict and almost fanatical code.
It's still kind of a suggestion. So the Ultramarines are like fanatical about it because their Primarch wrote it, and everyone else is like, I guess we'll do some of it. But we're not taking it like as seriously as the Ultramarines.
By which they lived their lives, as would the many sibling chapters who were created from the vast wealth of manpower that the Ultramarines and their superior gene seed would provide. Despite Guilliman's pride in his codex, some chapters like the Blood Angels, Dark Angels and Space Wolves adopted the codex's guidelines only in part as a sign of their continuing disagreement with the choices being made. And additionally, perhaps the fact that Guilliman was allowed to dictate the future structure of the Astartes when he had played very little actual role in the defence of Terra during the heresy. Putting their grievances aside though, it was clear to any looking in objectively that no other Primarch than Guilliman was better suited to this task than he. The Emperor's vision of a human civilization free from superstitious cults and irrational plans was far from successful. For all the amazing achievements of the Emperor, he would be ultimately defeated not by a supremely powerful alien race or a godlike demon from the warp. Instead, he was defeated by the simple fact that mankind was fundamentally flawed. And how tragic that despite the Emperor having learned so much from his thousands of years observing humanity, this was not enough to prevent it retracing its fatal errors time and time again. The age of the Imperium is now one of bureaucracy, of tyrants and unreason, an era of slow growth and repression. Humanity has frustratingly regressed back into religious beliefs while the Emperor sits immobile, unable to guide and enact his truth.
This is where we get the battle nuns from and stuff. This is the age of religion now. It seems. Emperor's on the throne, old aristocratic men are in charge, and now we're making things religious, I guess. They're pretty cool, the sisters.
True will. His thoughts we can only glimpse at and are largely unknown. The immortal superbeing, whose remaining psychic power still extends over 1 million worlds, is now a ruined husk. His mortal body, to all definitions, destroyed. Although the Imperium had succeeded in preventing total annihilation from the forces of Horus and the Warp and Chaos, the cost of that conflict was unquantifiable. The ultimate loss was not that of life or territory, but the failure to establish the secular and stable empire the Emperor had hoped to create.
Oh, chapter 10. The Age of the Imperium of Man. Okay, we're almost modern now. Is this modern times now, the Imperium of Man? Basically. Not modern, up to date.
The Horus Heresy was ended. Primarch Guilliman and the Ultramarines had secured the territories of the Imperium of Man, and the remaining Imperial forces had consolidated and restructured for the future and the security of the Empire. The Age of the Imperium of Man would now begin, at the end of the 31st millennium. The light and hope of the glorious Crusade era was now gone forever. Without the Emperor to lead humanity directly, the immeasurable threats to the galaxy presented to human life led the High Lords of Terra to create an imperial administration that was increasingly authoritarian, highly bureaucratic and generally dismissive and uncaring towards individual human lives as long as its structure and authority was maintained. Religion also would begin to resurge as an important tool of social control. The Emperor's preferred original rationalist truth was sidelined by the growing imperial cult, believing, as once the Wordbearers Legion had, that the Emperor was a divine being.
That's so weird and ironic, isn't it? That the World Bearers were basically made traitors because the Emperor got mad at them for making him a religious figure. And then, like, back on Terra, after the Emperor's on the throne, the same religion is coming up there? The same religion that made the World Bearers bad guys? Like, that's very ironic, isn't it? They base their Bible off of Logar's writings. Oh my god, the Emperor must be, like, screaming inside. Like, what the fuck? I literally I literally destroyed a planet city over this, and you guys are doing it in my hometown? What? Logar probably finds this hilarious.
And the saviour of mankind. Only the latter would be an accurate statement. For many people, this point in time would be the end of our story. But there's more. Despite things seeming more stable now, this would not last.
Yeah, like how did this come to be? Who let this happen? Like the Lords of Terra, I guess. But wouldn't the Primarchs be like, hey, remember when that happened with Logar? Like, do you guys remember what happened there? Like, maybe we shouldn't allow this. Like, who allowed this to happen? Why wouldn't Gilliman do something about it? What Primarchs? The Primarchs left? Oh wait, the Primarch's not around right now? The Primarch's vanished? Wait, what? I don't think Luetin said that part, did he? The Primarchs are just gone at this point? They just peace out? Oh. I didn't realize they were gone. Only Gilliman and the Lion are around in modern day 40k for the Loyalists? This Primarch slowly began disappearing as this begins to take root. I can't believe that. Why did they leave? The Emperor trusted them. Why would they leave? I thought they would handle things after all this happened. Some died. Who killed a Primarch? I guess another Primarch? Alright, I gotta listen more.
An extreme and horrific attack would now come barely 500 years after the inception of the High Lords of Terror by the Officio Assassinorum. This was the highly secretive and lethal assassins wing of the Imperial forces. On the orders of the Grand Master of Assassins, the High Lords were slain to a single man. A retribution force of Space Marines was dispatched to the Assassin's Temple, and despite suffering near total casualties, they were able to complete their objective and kill the Grand Master of the Assassin's Order. The Imperium would now descend into near anarchy for a period of years while a new High Council was screened and established. Another small aside now on the fates of the remaining Primarchs.
Here we go.
This is one issue that is hugely frustrating, that despite the survival of many of the Primarchs through the darkest of times, many would now disappear or die, and in the overall perspective of things, often barely befitting their weight and importance. This is one bone of contention I have with the lore, as to me it seems these unique characters were essentially just written out of history as a matter of convenience. It's very frustrating. To satisfy your curiosity though, Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists would die in the last 31st millennium fighting to defend against the First Black Crusade. These were crusades launched...
Wait, my guy Rogel Dorn dies like that easily? What the No way! I don't want... Wait, I'm sad now. I'm disappointed. What? He survived all that? It's not clear, not
from
confirmed.
the Eye of Terror by the traitor legions into the Imperium. Robert Gilliman would be fatally wounded during the Battle of Thessalia in 121 Millennium 31, when he encountered one of the traitor Primarchs Fulgrim of the Emperor's children, who had risen to become a demon prince of Slaanesh. Fulgrim cut Gilliman's neck with a poisonous sword that some say resembled an anatheme sword, which was used to wound Horus on the moon of Davin at the inception of the Horus heresy.
That's juicy.
Vulcan of the Salamanders disappeared. He was seemingly disillusioned and broken after his legion's devastating losses during the heresy. He vowed to return in the end times. However, he would appear some 1500 years later where he would defend the Imperial world Caldera against an Orc invasion. He would then return to Holy Terror and berate the High Lords of Terror for their petty squabblings.
Oh. Vulcan just like dipped out. He was like, I'm tired. I'm disillusioned and disenchanted and I'm just gonna dip out. And then he comes back and he's like, actually, y'all's High Lords suck.
Vulcan would restate his return was only temporary and he was destined to appear in another time. He would later be recorded as killed battling an Orc warboss. The salamanders, though, still hunt for him, believing he will return to
Aww.
them should they acquire the 9 artifacts of Vulcan.
Wait, Vulcan was tortured by crews for a long time during the heresy? Man, that is something that some factions get mentioned way less than others. Like, they barely mentioned the salamanders or the Ravensguard. Like, I'll have to read more about them. Remember that Vulcan is immortal, and every time he dies, he comes back. He essentially corpse rushed Magnus at one point during the siege. Oh, he did suplex an orc into a nuke. Tortured because he could not be killed. Oh, right. Oh.
Jagate Khan of the White Scars disappeared through a Dark Eldar warp portal whilst he was pursuing those savage Xenos after a raid on the White Scars' homeworld. Rumours that he was captured whilst lost in the twisting paths of the Dark Eldar section of the Webway.
No! He's being tortured by the Dark Eldar? Not not Jagatai Khan. No. Maybe. Damn. This is so depressing. This is like at the end of the movie where they just tell you what happened next, and everybody just like died and lived horribly like sad lives and accomplished nothing. Thank you for the 3 months, Dusk Hornet. This is like the end credits where it's like, you wonder where everyone ended up? Well, they just lived horribly miserable, boring lives after.
Lionel Johnson of the Dark Angels returned to his homeworld of Caliban to find it in ruins and some of his marines tainted by chaos. Whilst battling them, the Dark Chaos gods unleashed a massive warp storm upon the planet, consuming the majority of structures save the Dark Angels' own fortress. But when the storms abated, the Lion was nowhere to be found. The Dark Angels hold amongst their number many rumours about where he is and how he will one day return to them. Korax of the Raven Guard wanted to repopulate his legion after the Isfahan 5 massacre. He sought to accelerate the growth of his legion by obtaining a sample of the pure Primarch DNA from Terra that the Emperor had used to create his sons. The Emperor psychically implanted the memory of the ancient laboratory in his mind to allow Korax to carry out this mission, and the needed genetic material was obtained. Now though, infiltrators within the Raven Guard from the chaos-tainted Alpha Legion used a demonic essence to corrupt this pure Primarch DNA sample, causing many newly created Raven Guard to become distorted, abhorrent mutants.
Of course!
Korax would become so ashamed, guilt-stricken and disillusioned with himself that he isolated himself away for a whole year, begging the Emperor's spirit for forgiveness.
Oh man! That's right. Of course, because it's grimdark. This doesn't even feel grimdark. This just feels like extremely unsatisfying after like how epic their story was through the whole like Horus heresy. And this just feels kind of like anticlimactic now a bit.
Before he would ultimately fly alone straight into the Eye of Terror to wreak revenge on the traitors. Leman Russ of the Space Wolves is one of the Primarchs whose disappearance appears to be voluntary. The Space Wolves hold a legend that says Russ went on a quest to find a means to cure the Emperor with the fruit from the mystical Tree of Life.
What?
But the truth is likely to be far more complex. Others have said that Russ travelled into the Eye of Terror to lead his lost 13th Company against Magnus the Red and the Thousand Sons Traitor Legion. Still, other legends hold that Russ was dying and that he shall return to when the Imperium most needs him, the period called the Wolf Time, to lead the Wolves of Fenris
the Wolf Time?
once more.
This is 40k, no one gets a happy ending. I don't even want them to have a happy ending. I just want them to do some more badass stuff. They can do some more like fucked up and evil stuff. That's fine with me. It doesn't have to be a good ending. I just want them to do more stuff. I don't want them to just disappear.
With the Primarchs gone, the Chapter Masters would take command and the High Lords of Terror would truly become now the rulers of the Imperium. Thankfully though, this
then he just wolfed all over the place. Wolf, wolf, wolf. Get it, Vikings, wolf.
poor and horrific start to the Imperium would now be replaced by 3 millennia of strength and stability from the period of M32 to M35. The Imperium was able to re-establish roots with most of its major colonies, as well as securing and bringing into the Imperium many new colonies not reached during the Crusades, who proved to be immeasurably valuable. As an added bonus, Imperial forces were able to secure an incredibly rare and well-preserved STC from the Dark Age of technology, which further boosted the development of new technology. This also served to demonstrate to the Mechanicum of Mars that the Imperium was still a worthwhile ally and deserving of their continued partnership without even the Emperor. Despite the carnage and appalling threats occurring in the universe, a great many worlds within the Imperium see none of this in their lifetime, and some worlds have the good fortune to actually live in relative peace.
Aww.
In fact, many Imperial systems actually have...
So there are farming worlds that live in peace? Is that what he's saying? Maybe? Possibly? Just little farmers with their little farming Imperial Knight?
A little interaction with the structure or forces of the Imperium.
To
many citizens, the prospect of actually seeing a fabled space marine of the Imperium, these semi-godlike figures, is a lifelong dream, and one that very few people actually get to experience. The space marines are not posted to all planets, there are simply just too few of them now for this to be feasible. Instead, they maintain a presence on the most threatened or precarious of systems, defending the Imperium against the worst Xenos concentrations or assisting the Inquisition to seek out and destroy any signs of corruption.
Oh, right. Now that we're done fighting ourselves, we're fighting Xenos again. Or not again, I guess. They never really had much to do with Xenos before this. But now we're done fighting ourselves. Well, are we done fighting ourselves? Basically, kind of. Now we fight the Xenos threat.
They also continue the search for the STCs, the holy grails of the Imperium, relics of immeasurable value. The safety of the Imperium is maintained through fact-finding missions and reports from psychers across light years of space. The Adeptus Administratum maintain a highest level of information possible so that all Imperial forces can focus their diminished resources on the most likely locations at risk. Frustratingly though, and almost unbelievably, the Imperium would now sanction religion, as many Imperial cults had risen, dedicating to the worship of the Emperor as the god of mankind.
That's crazy. I don't get that at all. How did that happen? I guess because the Primarchs were gone, as we learned. So someone was like, either we quell them, or we just let them ride. We just let it ride. Let's let it ride. That's easier. It's probably also to control people through religion, because if people are believing the religion of the Emperor, it's easier to control them, right? The ancient IKEA instruction guides.
The majority of these would become unified into a centralized religious body known as the Ecclesiarchy. This powerful church gained momentum until the 32nd millennium, where it became the official state religion of the Imperium and the title of Adeptus Ministorum. Centuries later, Ecclesiarch Venerus II receives a seat amongst the High Lord.
That's crazy looking. Holy. What the heck? That looks more demonic than divine. What? Some people think this is all part of the plan to make people worship him and elevate him to another god in the warp. Whoa. But you think they could have done that without him having to... I guess he probably didn't expect the Horus thing to happen. Or did he? Or did he? It's kind of hard to demand unwavering loyalty without posing as divine. It's not like you can say, I'm just a dude, but I'm better than you, so shut up and do what I say. All part of his plan is so lame and boring. I don't know. I don't know. No one knows, except for the Emperor.
Lords of Terror, and after 300 standard years, the seat reserved for the Ecclesiarch is made a permanent addition to the ranks of the High Lords of Terror. Given that the Lords are meant to infer the Emperor's psychic whispers and wishes, these actions make you question how little they are actually able to communicate with the Emperor, or perhaps how much they choose to ignore, given the fact that the Emperor flew into a near rage when he discovered the actions of the Word-Bearers during the Great Crusade. Should the Emperor ever return to the Imperium reincarnated, which is entirely feasible, those pledged to any Imperial religion or who took a hand in its establishment would be wise to expect a harsh judgment from the Emperor, who despised all forms of religion and saw them as nothing but a problem for the advancement of humanity.
Mm-hmm.
The Imperium of Man would stand until its current date of the 41st millennium, and despite its often counterproductive bureaucracy, it continues to function and maintain a strong fighting force within the galaxy. Member worlds generally govern themselves as long as they recognise the authority of the Emperor and his appropriate civil servants and support the state religion, the Imperial cult, which places the Emperor as the divine being, the true god of mankind.
That's crazy.
Every world of the Imperium pays also the imperial taxes levied on them, but not in monetary form. They pay in men and materials, known as the imperial tithe. The imperial tithe supports the overall economy of the Imperium by redistributing resources where needed, supporting one region by drawing resources from more peaceful sectors. The Imperium promotes the development of a neo-feudal political system, which the
Neo-feudal. What does that mean? A neo-feudal political system. Like, I know what feudal Japan is. Is neo just mean new? Modern? Feudal? Feudal's medieval? Oh, feudal is like having an emperor. There was an emperor. There was an emperor of Japan, right? That's oh my god, I don't know my history. Feudal means lord and peasants. Okay. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. So it's modern lord and peasants type of political party. But that's also run by the Lords of Terra. Oh wait, are the Lords of Terra gone now? Feudalism supported by or in spite of modern technology or social structures. It's a strict hierarchy of ranks from peasantry up to some form of monarch. Oh, okay.
High Lords of Terra and the Inquisition have decided to be the most stable form of human government. This essentially means that a ruling class or...
This is kind of wild imagery here. Nobles and peasants, but in the future. Make it future.
Powerful family oversee the needs of the planet. This intense need for political stability and the growing military demands upon the imperial system have created a repressive state, and the belief in the divine emperor has only reduced scientific progress to a minimum. Ancient technology from the Unification Wars and Crusades, or even the Dark Age of technology, are merely maintained and are rarely pushed forward.
Mm-hmm.
This stagnation has led to many to describe this period leading on from the dawn of the 40th millennium as the time of ending for mankind. It must be said, though, that with the admittedly often repressive and regularly harsh regime of the Imperium, the protection it provides, mankind as a whole would have been consumed by the seemingly endless dangers that threaten it. Without the Emperor, there would be no Imperium of Man, and without the Imperium and mankind's faith in the Emperor, the human race would have surely become extinct long ago.
That's me when I want a little snack after stream. That's gonna be me in like 20 minutes. Because I haven't ate yet today. She just needs a little snack.
Still, despite all of this, you could in many ways argue that even with all the flaws and failings, the Emperor had achieved most of the goals he had set in order to make mankind a stable and powerful force within the galaxy. Or did he? At first glance, the forging of the Imperium of Man and the Imperial Truth during the Great Crusade seems to be a great contradiction. If the Emperor, who had lived for many thousands of years and who, due to his own extreme psychic power, knew intimately the realm of the warp and the creatures therein, why would he propagate a system designed to only support rationalism and science? It seems feasible to speculate that the Emperor had plans that reached far beyond the Crusades and the creation of the Imperium, and that these had barely even begun to pass. In that sense, the Imperium and the Legiones Astartes was a catastrophic failure. We can speculate that the Emperor's overall goal was the total destruction of the Chaos Gods and those dark forces that would threaten mankind.
Oh! Are we thinking the Emperor's final goal was the destruction of chaos itself? That's not even possible, though, if he wanted to destroy the Chaos Gods. How would you can't do that, though. Because There will always be chaos if you have bad feelings, right? Isn't that what the warp is? It's based off bad vibes. He pretty much said as much. He always thought chaos was the #1 enemy. He has a massive ego. The Emperor, probably. I want to destroy chaos itself. Even if you could destroy the current chaos gods, what stops new gods from taking their place? Lanesh proves new gods can be born. Exactly. You cannot do that. You can't do that. Not even the Emperor. I'm sorry. If the Necrons killed the old ones, the chaos gods can be killed. But there'll always be chaos is what I'm saying. You can kill the chaos gods now, but there will always be chaos that will turn into new gods. Unless you became the chaos god and you controlled the other chaos gods. Maybe. If he conquered everything, no more need for war. If he established an unchanging empire, no more Tzeentch. Unless you wipe out all life in the galaxy. The Necrons had the tech to nullify the warp in entire sectors. Maybe he wanted to do that. True. You can't kill chaos gods, but the Necrons have proven that gods can be broken. That's true. Yeah, that's true. He can break them into pieces like the Catan. Man, the Emperor really thought he could do that?
The Emperor had fair reason to turn humanity to a secular society, having witnessed many times over the will of men transforming a faith based on the tenets of loving your fellow man and respect for one another into bloody creeds of appalling violence, repression, murder, and wholesale genocide. These actions, as with the Eldar, would actually strengthen the Chaos Gods. So the Emperor perceived that religion and faith was something that had no benefit in his current aspirations. In a sense, he was correct when you look at the facts on paper, and also when you consider the Wordbearers Legion and how it would take them significantly longer than any other Astartes Legion when converting the worlds they found to the divine cult of the Emperor. The Emperor had decided that during the Age of Strife, it was time for him to come to the fore and take control of the situation. He feared that unless all of mankind was united, it would eventually be consumed by the nightmares facing the galaxy, including Chaos and other Xenos races. By enforcing the Imperial truth on every colony of humanity in the galaxy, the Emperor had hoped to forge a belief in rational thinking and science so strong that the warp creatures of Chaos who lived off the dark energy and negative emotions of humanity would become permanently weakened to the point that they might even dissolve from the warp.
Oh, interesting.
The only problem with this plan would be that the dark forces were far from weak when the Emperor brought his plan to its inception. They were at the height of their power, feasting off the perverse fall of the Eldar Empire. So from the beginning, Chaos...
But wait, like, what if you just, like, made everybody happy, solved world peace, solved world hunger? Then, like, the... then the warp wouldn't be as strong. Would it make happy gods in the warp? Would it make good gods? And then problem solved. Just be happy. Then they would get bored and goon a new god. Oh yeah, true. I guess that's what happened with the Eldar. Humans are fundamentally flawed. Yeah, humans are fundamentally more negative. I think we are prone to, what's it called? Pessimism and paranoia as a survival mechanic. With the warp is a reflection the Chaos Gods might become the good side of the coin, right? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I thought. We just have to solve world hunger, world peace, and make everybody happy. And then we happy goon a new god into existence.
Chaos sought to destroy his plans, or at the very least significantly disrupt them. Ultimately, as it would play out, they would be successful to this end. When looking at this period as a whole, it would be a fair conclusion to say that the Emperor deeply underestimated humanity's basic need for at least a proportion of society to believe in something larger than itself, beyond the sterile confines of science and technology. In many ways, the grim comedy of the whole affair is that the Emperor rigidly maintained that he should never be worshipped as a divine being, but as just a man, albeit an unbelievably powerful man. His questionable judgment in laying the foundations of the Imperium and later the Crusades proved his own proclamations that he was indeed just a man, capable of miscalculations as any mortal human. Yet despite this, he still would end up becoming worshipped as a divine being. You could call the whole series of
Get wrecked, Emperor. We're gonna do the one thing you asked us not to do.
Event a tragedy, especially in the sense that legions of religious worshippers and pilgrims of the Imperium could never understand the irony of worshipping a man who had, over the course of millennia, done everything in his power to extinguish religion from the human race. To rub salt into the wound, though, it is especially contentious that the binding factor in holding the Imperium together after the heresy was in part, of course, the Ultramarines, but also, significantly, religious faith in the Emperor himself. Added to this, though, humanity's religious faith in the godlike Emperor would actually empower his psychic form in the warp and enable him to combat chaos on their own plane, as well as continuing to guide and protect humanity in the material world through the Astronomicon and his ever-guiding light. Which all seems ultimately ironic that for all of the Emperor's efforts to destroy organized religion, it would ultimately become his saving grace.
That is so
Though
funny.
the price for the survival of the Imperium and humanity had been at a level beyond comprehension and a cost far greater than the Emperor hoped humanity would have had to bear, a new version of the Imperial truth had become predominant among the million worlds of mankind. A truth that lies at the heart of the Imperial Creed. A simple truth that strengthens all from the weakest human citizen to the most powerful superhuman Astartes. The Emperor protects.
Ah! Jesus Christ, that jump scared me. The Emperor protects. The Emperor protect. Unless you're Thunder Warriors, then you're done for. Horse jump scare. Oh, I love the chainsaws, man. The chainsaws are so cool. They're like chain swords. They're so cool. Damn, that would have taken a long time to edit. We did it! Wow. That's crazy. That was good. 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 Will you at some point continue the Emperor Man series? I think there are 5 parts. I will. I learned a lot. I love Luetin's videos. I have learned so much from this channel from 2 videos. It's insane. I feel like I personally know each of the Primarchs at this point. I loved this video. This was so good. I wanted to cover the Horus Heresy. I feel like that is the best so far. This has been the best chapter of, or like portion of Warhammer for me, the Horus Heresy. I love the drama. Who's your favorite Primarch now? Luetin is generally considered the best channel for comprehensive lore talk. Luetin is very good. Props to Luetin. Let's go back to the chatting room. We'll talk about it. Oh, I'm small. Help, I'm a small princess. Let's talk about it. Who is my favorite Primarch now? I feel like it's not really fair to say Because in these videos, like some of the Primarchs have more action than the others. So like I learned a lot about some of them, but not all of them. You know what I mean? I learned a ton about Horus, but I still don't like the guy. I understand him better, but I don't like him. I kind of really like Magnus though. Linguinius. Mamma mia. Magnus the nerd. I love nerds. I love a cursed sorcerer type. No, not a Magnus lover. What's wrong with Magnus? I love the tragedy. I love how he was just trying to help, but he fucked it all up. And then he got possessed. I think he got possessed, right? He was just trying. He was just trying. I love a good cursed, unlucky character. But see, like, I didn't learn anything about Curse during that. He wasn't even mentioned, barely. I have to watch more about the Primarchs. That was highly biased. It's 18 stupid little Blorbos and their gay dads. Curse was just an emo kid with an online blog. Oh yeah, when he, like, filmed himself torturing people and put it on the news. Isn't that how it went? Like, Tzeentch is my favorite chaos god, but I don't really know much about his faction, his chaos marine faction. That would be... Who's his again? No, not Emperor's Children. Who's Tzeentch's? Thousand Sons. Yeah, the Psyker ones. He would torture criminals to scare people into not doing crime. Wait, who is the Primarch for Thousand Sons? Is it, Fulgrim? Oh, it's Mag- Oh my god, it's Magnus? Wait, what? Holy heck. Magnus is Tzeentch coded? Oh wow, it's my boy then. That's my boy. That's so funny. I thought he was Slaanesh for some reason. Fulgrim is the Slaanesh. Okay. Stim, look up Magnus's model real quick. Couldn't resist the horn nipples of Magnus. What? Who would think the magic guy would be under the magic god? I mean, I thought that at first, but then for some reason, because maybe he's purple, I was like, oh, he's obviously under Slaanesh. Also, apparently he's got his nips out, so that's like Slaanesh coded to me. Let me look it up quick. Magnus model. Magnus the Red. Do you think Fulgrim's horn nipples were a deal breaker for sliding with Slaanesh? Oh, he does. He does. He does. He's got the pointy bra, but it's like horns. $200 for this figure? Ooh, he's cool though. I like that he has the eyes in the palms of his hands. That looks cool. He's the 40k equivalent of Madonna. He is. Magnus's arrogance with his downfall? I don't think it was his arrogance. I think it was his naivete? Naivety? Is that a word? I think Magnus was just naive and impulsive. Was it arrogance? What was he arrogant about? He always thought he knew best. Oh, he had the actually personality. He was arrogant. Whoa, that's a lot. His expression spiraled out of control. I like how the Fulgrim model was part of his snakeskin peeled back. Ew! What? Wait, let me look at Fulgrim. I liked Fulgrim, even though I didn't really hear much about him. Like, we didn't really learn much about him. Oh, he looks cool. He is a snake boy. With many arms. He's got a whip. I really like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I really like the Chaos Space Marines. They look so cool. I also like the World Eaters too, though. I really like their aesthetic. I like the chain swords. Yeah, Angron looks cool. Angron looks really cool. Like, hell yeah. I think Angron's my favorite Primarch model I've seen so far. He looks so badass. I love the skulls and the blood and the angriness. Mortarion also has a model. Let me look. Have they only done the Chaos Space Marine updated models? Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Mortarion looks so cool. He's a moth. He's like a death moth. He's so cool. He's so pretty in like a really creepy Plague Doctor way. Ooh, Mortarion's cool too. Until recently, only the Chaos Primarchs who became demons were still in the setting. Oh, I guess, yeah, that makes sense then. If they're just coming back, they might get models. Roboot Gillyman. Let's look up Gillyman. He's okay. So the Chaos models, the new ones, I guess, were $200. Roboot, whatever, Gillyman, he's only $85, so he's a lot smaller. I like his flaming sword, though. Lionel L. Johnson model's nice, too. He looks old. Oh, is that the Emperor's sword? Oh, it does look like the... Oh, yeah, it is. He had the flaming sword, too. Lionel Johnson. Let's look him up. Oh, he looks cool. He does look old. He looks cool. I like how he's painted in the pictures on the website. He's like green and gold. He's really cool. He has his dad's shield. He looks really cool. Wow, the detail on the pauldrons is insane. Thank you for all the follows. I'm sorry if I don't read out the streamer alerts while we're doing reacts, so we can keep immersion, but thank you for all the follows. Technically, the Lion should have black armor since that's what the Dark Angels used during the Heresy. Painting a Primarch is quite the project. I think I'd rather paint an Imperial Knight before I paint a Primarch. Be'lakor? Should I look up Be'lakor? Whoa! What? He is so cool! Damn, that's a cool model. He has skull chains attached to his wings. That is so cool. What is he? Just a demon? Bellicor the Dark Master is the first of the demon princes and a consummate champion of chaos. Wreathed in ethereal shadows and lifted high above the battlefield on monstrous wings, Bellicor regards the efforts of his foes with a bitter scorn as they struggle in vain against his diabolical plans. As the mortal realms descend into chaos following the cataclysmic soul wars, the first prince knows his time has finally arrived. Neither men nor gods can stop his grand ambitions. That's really cool. He's the emo dragon? He looks so cool. Really cool. That's like what I imagine a demon prince should look like. Yeah, I think I'm gonna paint my Necrons first. I got a combat patrol, so that'll be my first foray into painting. And then if I can be decently good at it, I would like to do an Imperial Knight after. I think that would be a fun project. I love the Imperial Knights so much. I love everything about them. I think they're really cool. Okay. I think that's all the time I have. Wow, it's been over 4 hours. I yapped. I came and I yapped. I will paint them on stream. Yeah. I'd like to maybe do a miniature painting series. I came, I saw, I yapped. If you like Imperial Knights, you'll go crazy with Titans. I would like to do a Titan one day, but we'll see. We'll see. That's a big project. All right, where should I send y'all? Let's see. Where shall I send y'all? Yeah, Titans are expensive, so that's like that's a long time future project. It's like, wasn't it like $2,000 when we looked it up last time? When we did our painting review? It was over $2,000 and it didn't include the weapons, the guns. Those are a separate add-on. Let's see. Miwa's gambling. You can give her good luck. Oh, she's doing her unboxing. Yeah, we can do that. Let's see. I'm so hungry. I think I'm gonna make a quesadilla. I keep thinking about food. I want food. I really want a cheeseburger, but I don't want to go anywhere to get one. I wish Skip the Dishes was a thing here. Or Uber Eats, or DoorDash, or anything. I would get the food delivered. I'm gonna eat right now. I'm gonna make a quesadilla. I have leftover chicken breast, so I'm gonna make a quesadilla. It's like such an easy, yummy food to make. Okay, I'm gonna send you to Miwa Bell. Miwa also does Warhammer stuff, but today she's opening sealed product. It looks like she's doing Elestral box opening, so. Have a good day, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with me while we did a lore dive. I'll see you on Friday for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. All right. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.